This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome into the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at noon on your Friday afternoon. We made it, you guys. We have made it to the end of the work week, and it is truly a gorgeous day out there. I know it's a little cloudy right now, but the temperatures are gorgeous, sitting at 76 degrees as we take this look in downtown Milwaukee. We'll also take a look here at Mitchell International Airport. Certainly a good weekend to go on a trip, but also a good weekend to just be right here in Milwaukee. There is so much going on in our surrounding areas, so definitely have a lot planned for you over the course of these next 4 hours. So thanks so much for tuning in today to the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'll be with you until 2. And then Maddie Stelk is going to take over, and she'll get you guys all the way till 4. Starting off today with a live report from our very own Brett Lemoyne. Brett is at Haws right now, and certainly, Brett, we want all of the dogs and furry friends out there to be adopted, but we know sometimes they've been through a lot. They might have some behavioral issues, and I know here at Haws, they work with those pets to kind of help them through it.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and they have an individual plan for success once they leave the shelter here. But the sad thing is right now, Haley, is that there are a number of dogs that have been here longer than the average stay. Most adult dogs are adopted out after about 10 days. Right now, Haws has 5 dogs that are here at the shelter that combined have been here for an astronomical 700 days, which is just so sad. One of them, if you can hear him behind me here, is Draco. Draco's a year old. Hello! Hi! And he's such a good dog. And the woman who's overseeing his behavioral plan is Sophia here, and you do this day in and day out. You help these dogs to get into a good position so that they can go to a forever home. What are you seeing just in terms of the number of dogs right now that have stayed longer than that average?
Yeah, so we're seeing that they are having a harder time in the shelter, and we're seeing that some people aren't coming in to view some of these dogs, and it could be for a variety of reasons, such as appearance or just them needing a little more TLC and support, like Draco here. But our goal here is to keep these dogs healthy while they're waiting for their homes.
Yeah. So Draco has some medical issues as well that you were saying sometimes people maybe see that or hear that and they think, oh gosh, that's a big commitment to make. In Draco's case, that's not really a factor. Explain, for example, just to give our audience an idea of what we're talking about. What is it that Draco needs?
Yeah, so Draco does have a food sensitivity, so he needs a fish-based formula for his food. We actually get his food from Costco, so everybody loves Costco. That's great. He's on a salmon fish protein, and he's not on a prescription diet or anything like that, but his larger medical concern is he does have seizures. They're not happening daily or weekly, but as a result of that, he's on a seizure medication called Keppra, and on Chewy for a supply of 30 to 120 days, you're looking at $40. So it's not a medication that, fortunately won't break the bank, but it's something that his potential adopter will need to provide to keep him successful and healthy.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we think it's easy, quote unquote, right, when you're having puppies and you've got lots of young dogs. The older dogs, sometimes, especially if they have behavioral needs, it creates a challenge. I'm curious, Sophia, because you do this day in and day out, for folks watching at home who maybe have a dog that has a behavioral issue, how do you address it? What's the first step?
First step is identifying the root cause. A lot of times we like to focus on the side effects, right? And the behavior we don't desire, but we don't think about why this dog is doing this behavior. If we don't address the root, we won't be able to have long-term behavior change or create a plan that's successful for the animal long-term. And also give some grace to your animal. You know, they have different stressors. They have good days, they have bad days, but look at the root cause of why that animal is doing the behavior and then make your plan. Don't just try to stop the barking or stop the jumping. You want to know, like there, he was frustrated. That's why he barked. So,
Yes,
and he's
that's
getting a
okay.
little more frustrated.
That's all right.
So we need to make sure, hi,
Yeah.
can we lay down? Thank you.
Oh, what a good boy. Oh, there
Thank
you go.
you.
There you go.
So if I just focus on, I need to stop him from barking, but I'm not addressing or identifying why he's barking, then I'm not going to solve the behavior problem, right? And he's frustrated. He wants to run around, play. What's going on? Why am I sitting here? So look at the root cause and not just the things you don't like.
Yeah. So Draco's been here since January,
Yeah.
which is a really long time. The longest tenured member, I think, of the shelter.
He leads the way, and then behind him is Harry, who basically grew up here, came to us when he was around 6 months, and now he's 11 months, or, you know. So it's tough. Rosie P is in that category as well.
And Rosie's got a sad backstory as well, Sophia, because Rosie was here in 2023. She was adopted out. And then ultimately returned, adopted out again, returned. Is that a common thing that happens, or is that kind of abnormal?
It does happen more than you expect, and unfortunately, a lot of the times it's due to human circumstances, not inherently the dog's behavior alone. So that's hard, because when you think about adopting an animal, you need to think about your plan, right? What is your next year going to look like? And for Rosie, that's where it was difficult, is, you know, her previous adopters had some life changes and they didn't account for how that would impact her, and ultimately that led her to coming back.
Yeah. Well, it's very sad. We want Draco to find a home, a good home, forever home. Is such a good boy. There's a special going on right now at Hawes. Tell us about what, if people did decide to adopt, what can they do?
Yeah, so our special is going until August 2nd. It's $100, dogs and puppies. Oh, good boy. Yeah, you could get some pets.
You can get a pet.
And in addition to that special, you can do foster to adopt as well. And that's where you can work with our behavior department to help you transition your dog. Our puppies are not eligible for foster to adopt. That's primarily for dogs who have been here 10 days and longer, right? Those longer stay dogs. So come by, come look at some of the great dogs we have in our shelter. We'll have a fit for you. If you let us know what you're looking for, we'll find you a match.
Yeah, and then that's not the end then of your relationship. No. You stay with the people, the adopters, and you help them kind of throughout that transition.
Yeah, if you need support, we're here for you. We don't want you just to expect, okay, I'm going to come in, adopt Draco, and Hawes isn't going to support me. We actually offer behavior consults to our alumni. We have training classes. We have a day training program. So we're here to help you support your animal. And those opportunities are open to all members of the public in our community. So.
Great. Well, Sophia, thank you so much. We hope Draco and all of Draco's friends like Rosie and Pillsbury and Harry, that they all find good homes. Yes. Yeah. And Haley, I know you have, I just saw a video that was posted on the Instagram, the gram, right, as the kids say.
Yes.
You have a shelter dog, correct?
I do have a shelter dog. You are completely right. I adopted Zobris 6 years ago when I was living in La Crosse.
Oh.
And there is something so rewarding about, finding an animal at a shelter and giving them that life. So I hope somebody is feeling that same attachment I did with Zobris, with Draco right now. Because I promise, Brett, it is the most rewarding thing to have a dog in your life. They make life so much more enjoyable.
Yes, well, and Draco is very, as you can see, very well trained. Look at that, sitting down. Look at him go. Oh my gosh.
Get that toy.
Enjoy. And what a beautiful, this is such a great, I've been to Hawes many, many times, and I guess I've never walked out the back door to see this beautiful outdoor space that they have. It's a great location to kind of run around and enjoy the beautiful weather when we have it. Today is certainly one of those days, but it's such a fun treat.
Absolutely. All right, that's Brett Lemoyne here reporting for us live at Haws. Again, they have that $100 special going on right now. So if you are feeling like Draco's the perfect fit for your family, which look how good he is. I promise if he's named after Draco Malfoy, he's going to be a much better boy than that wizard, because this guy right here is so incredibly sweet. And we hope that somebody will go and adopt him, as he's been there the longest. So cool to learn all about what Haws does there to help some of their adoptable dogs just work through whatever kind of behavioral issues or maybe medical problems they have, to set up the new owners for success in their new life with their furry friend. Okay, wanted to remind you right now, though, if you're looking for something to do this afternoon, it is Community Pool Day. This is happening this afternoon from 11 to 3. Carl and I were talking about this actually on Wake Up this morning, because he was saying that he had the best time at the pool. I know it's the Shoals. Let me get the full name for you. I should have done this before. This is what you love about the Wisconsin Live Desk. The Shoals Aquatic Center. That is where you get free admission this afternoon from 11 to 3. In addition to the pool, there's also going to be games, and they said giveaways. It's all part of that 2026 Healthy County Challenge. But Carl was telling me he just took his kids actually to the Shoals Aquatic Center, and he was raving about it. He said there's a great splash pad for maybe some of the younger swimmers in your life. They've got very exciting, more adventurous water slides for the older swimmers in your life. So again, you can go from 11 to 3 today, and it will be completely free. So we still got 3 hours of this deal, as it's only 12:11 right now. So definitely a good opportunity to get outside and enjoy this gorgeous weather. Which, speaking of that, let's take a live look outside here. Of course, Lake Michigan. Looks like we've got a couple boats in the water, as well as actually a plane there in the sky. Again, I think it is beautiful weather to be outdoors. I appreciate that there's some clouds in the sky this afternoon. 76 degrees. We just missed a plane taking off, but if you have weekend plans, we want to hear about them, actually. Head to our YouTube page. That is where you can comment. So if you go to the FOX6 Now YouTube page, you'll find the 24/7 news stream. It's our live stream. Click on inside that and leave us a comment. Let me know what you're doing this weekend. If you have any kind of fun or exciting plans, we would love to share them. Besides that, I'll give you one last look at Sweet Sweet Draco here. He is absolutely adorable. Again, he's at Haws. $100 to adopt this guy. He is their oldest resident, so he's been there the longest, and we would love to get him a new home as quickly as possible. They mentioned he does need to be on a seizure medication, but they were saying it's really not too expensive, but something just to keep in mind. Every couple months you would need to pay for that. Also mentioned that for his diet, he's on a salmon diet, which again, it's not a special kind of prescription food, which can be way more expensive, but it is just something to keep in mind. As far as kibble, you'd have to get kind of that salmon one, but otherwise Draco is so adorable, so well behaved here, and we hope to get him a new home as quickly as possible. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, so we're going to check in with our Andrew Amuzu, see what he's been working on today. It's brand new, first of its kind, community garden. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:15 on your Friday afternoon. Quick reminder, I'll be with you all the way until 2 today. Then Maddie Stelk taking over and she'll get you to 4 as we really keep you informed on your top stories, top headlines, and your latest weather forecast. We have a whole lot coming up for you in this next hour, including learning the very latest from the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. We know a lot of people excited for the roar of those jets and the splash of the water, and that's coming up in just about 15 minutes. Before that, though, we're actually going to be checking in with our very own Andrew Amuzu, who has been outside pretty much all morning, Andrew, as we've been learning all about this new Rufus King Community Garden. And people were watching at Wake Up. This was like an empty field behind you. I am so impressed with what I'm seeing now. Talk to me more about the project and the progress they're making today.
Yeah, it's going to be widely known and regarded right now, especially from neighbors that we have spoken with, as the first community garden project in this neighborhood. Now, this is a historically black neighborhood, so a lot of history to it, but they felt over the years that it needed some revitalization. And so this is something that not only is playing towards that goal and to that mission, but as you can see here, they're using fresh produce as an avenue to do just that, to make sure that they are addressing the certain needs that especially apply to people in this area, especially neighbors that a lot of them fall under the senior citizens category. So we're talking just making food and being able to afford groceries. That's the number one thing, but also making sure that they have accessibility, they have access to them, not just being able to afford them, but to access them. So we're talking about that. Also food deserts as well. We had some stores closing down. And so all of those details really do apply to what you're seeing today, this all around team effort. I know you're seeing a lot of orange. It's because they had a really big help and a really big lift from Home Depot as well. $10,000 worth in equipment as well. And so let alone that, they also have a whole bunch of people, part of their team, being able to help neighbors and many city leaders make this all happen. We are joined here by Riley. Riley, I know that we saw you in the morning. We were speaking with Carly, but you guys were sort of just picking up all of this, moving them around.
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes into it. Sort of break down for people that might not know. They know the impact of it.
Yeah.
But what goes into all of this, making this happen?
I mean, it starts right at the store. We're always trying to put together the orders a couple days beforehand. I mean, we were driving, picking all this stuff up. I mean, we're taking tons of screws, tons of lumber, and we're just putting it all together right in the street. We got the street blocked off and, bringing all the plants, dirt. I think, each box is going to bring a lot to the community. I mean, it's super exciting to see it all come together. I mean, to see everybody showing up around and already, taking a look at it, being excited. It's exciting in itself to build it and be a part of it.
Yeah, and I think I even heard that a lot of the people here, because some people might think they're just volunteers as far as there's no association to Home Depot.
Oh, yeah, no, we're all just volunteers. So
Volunteers, okay.
Yeah.
And ranging from different, well, you guys are associated with Home Depot, but ranging from different stores, not just one store, but it's like a group of stores that are helping this effort?
yeah, we have a whole district here. I believe we got about 9 stores helping. So yeah, I'm from the North Shore, so that's just the local one. And then we got all the way out to West Bend, so that's about an hour or so away. So we got a bunch of people here. It's awesome to see everybody come together, work as a team, and it's super exciting. I mean, it looks great already. And we're done super early, too. Just having everybody help so much.
Yeah. What does it mean to you to be able to give back in this type of way? Is this your first time volunteering under Home Depot?
No, I've actually done it a couple of times. I've probably been in it about 4 times now. And I just moved up here to Milwaukee from Illinois. Yeah, so I'm super excited to actually get to be a part of something. And it's fun to see all the difference you can make.
Yes, I must ask, and we have a lot of Illinois representation throughout this show. Our host is from Illinois. I'm also from Illinois. Where in Illinois are you from?
I'm from New Lenox, or closer to Joliet, if you know where that is.
Joliet.
Yeah,
I got some people up there.
Awesome. I'm like 10 minutes from there.
Okay, yeah, the
Yeah.
Joliet area. Okay. Have you heard of Schaumburg, Illinois?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Are you from there?
I am from there.
Okay. Yeah, you're real close.
Yeah, exactly. But see, look at that. I mean, people from all over the area, of course, and obviously focusing back here. I know she has a lot of work to be done, so we'll let her go. But thank you so much. And I know that we've been able to speak with a lot of people part of the team throughout this morning, but also the organizers who really do bring this together. And Haley, fun fact, the original vision for this, for the Community Block Club and even the Alliance Association for Rufus King, the original vision was just 12 garden beds. Once they brought their idea, they brought it to Menards, Lowe's, and Home Depot. Home Depot answered the phone and they answered the call and they said, you know what, we're going to make that, we're going to turn that from 12 to 26.
Wow.
So a lot of work being done and a lot of impact that this is going to have on this area.
Andrew, favor to ask of you. Will you maybe take us on a little tour of these garden boxes now that they're kind of almost on the completed side of things?
Sure thing. Yeah. We can definitely do that. It's kind of on a hill, so we're going to take a long route here. But as we're walking here on the left here, you see some of the tables that will also be part of this. So this isn't just, just going to go pick up some greenery. No, you can sit down and relax, and they're putting up a fence here, of course, for security purposes here. But there's a lot of neighbors have come up and asked, okay, what type of vegetables or fruits will you guys have? A lot of it's the greenery stuff here, and I think they did have some signs on here. This kind of looks like a pepper. See, I don't really have a green thumb. I'm actually trying to work on actually keeping my plants alive for more than 2 weeks at my own place. But there's some peppers here. Okay, here we go. We got some hot pepper jalapenos. Oh. I'm not really a huge fan of jalapenos. It's a little too hot for me. But, I mean, if you like that, that's right up your alley. Some more hot peppers, some sweet peppers. So you sort of are getting a general theme here. Are these tomatoes? Are these tomatoes? I think they're tomatoes. Yeah. I'm trying to. Oh yeah, it does say tomato. Okay, yeah, it's a tomato. I forgot that they are green and then they turn red. So yeah, I mean, you definitely are seeing a wide variety of them, and a lot of them are still in that small form. So it's going to take some time, and they're watering them. Haley, a lot of people have asked, where are they getting the water from? Especially since this has been the driest July, I think I heard our weather experts say. And so that is connected to the fire hydrant, we're learning. And so they have a whole water system already geared up and ready, especially for a month like this. So definitely a wide variety here, and you see some more of that watering process being done right over there.
I know you were talking too. It's a great opportunity for this neighborhood to get some fresh produce. Obviously, we've talked a lot about grocery stores, unfortunately, closing this year, making some food deserts. So what an easy opportunity for this area to go and get some fresh produce. One last question for you, Andrew, before I let you go. If you were planting your own kind of fresh produce garden, what would you absolutely have to have? Oh, man. And Haley, you might think this is like an obvious one, but every single day for lunch I have apples. Yes. So I would love to, I know, but then you would have to have an apple tree though. Yeah, that's so I don't know, that would take a while, I feel like, right?
That would take a while. That's an orchard. Okay. That would take a while, because my answer is a lot of it would be fruits. Mm-hmm. I feel like a lot of them would be like specific like trees or orchards. If we're just thinking about vegetables, I'd probably say carrots would be good. Yeah. Peppers, like bell peppers. I think that's always good. You can always, those are very versatile. So off the top of my head, I would say that. But if I could just like snap my fingers and have some type of fresh produce, it'd be some type of fruit tree, and it'd probably be apples. For sure, because I eat them every single day.
I can attest to that.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away, Haley.
Yeah, Andrew and I are desk mates, so we sit right next to each other, and I often see him pull out his lunch bag. It's usually a PB&J and an apple.
Yeah, that's exactly what I had today before this hits.
There we go. I know Andrew moves you well. Andrew, I would love to grow some onions and maybe some potatoes. Ooh. Lots of good options out there.
Oh, potatoes, that's a good one, because potatoes are very versatile. You can make them super healthy. You can have super unhealthy with French fries. You can have them mashed potatoes. I mean, that's pretty versatile. I don't even know if that's even counts as a vegetable. If you're eating French fries, does that count as eating a fried vegetable? I don't know. But still, yes, potatoes, that's a good one.
Thank you.
I might take that one too.
All right, you can steal it. We'll make our own little FOX6 community garden, and we'll figure out those plans.
Yes.
Andrew Luzu here joining us live from the brand new Rufus King Community Garden. so cool to see this really be built in a day. As I mentioned earlier this morning on Wake Up, there was just that empty piece of land, and now we are seeing 20 different garden beds fully made, as well as now stocked with the soil, with the veggies, and they're going to kind of have those finishing touches coming up here shortly with the fence and some of those picnic tables. But a very cool and unique opportunity for that neighborhood, again, with that brand new, kind of first of its kind for the area community garden. I do want to switch the tone here a little bit and get to some breaking news. We are following right into our newsroom, and that is that Tony Romo, of course, this is the former quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, has been arrested here in Milwaukee for an OWI, his first offense here. We're told he was arrested on I-43. And this was actually last night. He was booked at about 9:47 p.m. He has since been released. But again, certainly a story we're going to work to continue to follow and get you the latest details. Tony Romo himself from Burlington, Wisconsin. And again, this is his mugshot that we have gotten. We know it is for an OWI that he was arrested, his first of that kind of offense. But again, just into our newsroom, we're taking a look at his mugshot. So this is the former NFL star, that former quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, arrested for an OWI. We're told again he was driving on I-43 right here in Milwaukee yesterday, booked after 9 p.m. And I believe he was actually in town for a golf tournament. So still working to confirm a lot of details here, but wanted to let you guys know as soon as we had this confirmed that we can tell you now Tony Romo has been arrested for an OWI here in Milwaukee. Again, he was booked into the jail last night. He has since been released, but certainly a story we'll continue to follow for you all afternoon long. For now, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more news right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:28 on your Friday afternoon. I want to see if I can pull up a new kind of live look here throughout downtown Milwaukee. We've been showing off different angles throughout the newscast. Why not take a live look at AmFam? Of course, they are getting ready to welcome the Colorado Rockies. They have been on a roll this homestand. They swept the Marlins, then they took 2 of 3 against the Mets. Now Colorado Rockies, who I want to say have the worst record in all of baseball coming into town. So it could be another sweep opportunity here for the Brewers. I know a lot of people excited to go out to the game tonight, not just to see the current roster that are our Brewers team and these players, but also there's a lot of alumni coming in tonight, including Ryan Braun will be here. They are doing their alumni game. So you get kind of a 2-for-1 special today. You go, you get to watch the Brewers take on the Rockies. As soon as that ends, you get to watch the alumni team play, I believe, a 3-inning game. So if you're a big Brewers fan and you have been missing seeing some of your favorites in a Brewers uniform, maybe you thought it was never going to be seen again, good news for you. Some of them will. I actually think we have the lineup for you here. You got Team Milwaukee taking on Team Wisco, and I know some of you guys are absolutely going to recognize these names. We've got Ryan Braun, Travis Shaw, I'm trying to see Jeff Jenkins, Casey McGehee. Again, it's going to be a really exciting time. Look at all these alumni who came in just for this game. And I know they have some deals beforehand. I want to say if you go before the first pitch, you actually have an opportunity to get $2.50 beer as well as $2.50 brats. Those deals will end as soon as the first pitch is thrown, so get there a little bit early. Brandon Cruz is going to be at the game tonight. We're going to try and catch him here on the Wisconsin Live Desk before he heads inside American Family Field, so that should be really exciting. Carl and I were saying on Wake Up this morning, this seems like an extra busy weekend for Milwaukee. There's always something to do. Obviously, you've got a Brewers homestand. We also have German Fest, and it's the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. We are anticipating getting to hear from organizers in just a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, let's walk through a couple of the aircrafts that you can expect to see at the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. You can see they're pleased to welcome here a C-130 Hercules. I am not a plane or an aviation expert by any means, but I always find just these aircrafts to be so fascinating and intriguing to look at. So again, they say the Lockheed C-130 Hercules serves as a primary tactical airlift platform heavily utilized for airborne operations, cargo transport, and parachute team support missions. As we talk about, the Air Force here and their different aircrafts, it's such a cool opportunity to go and get this kind of up-close glimpse at them and to learn more about these different aircrafts. I know we've got several that we can show you here that they have kind of sent our way. Okay, this is the C-17 Globemaster III. Now this combines massive cargo power with surprising agility, delivering rapid global transport through precision flying and tactical airlift capability. Again, it's a totally different look. I love just the tone of gray here, the shade of gray here. But again, I think that I've only been to a few air shows myself in my life, but every time the planes that you see in the sky obviously capture my attention, but even the ones that are on the ground, it's an opportunity to be up close to them. All right, Delaney, we've got a couple more to show. Perfect. This is the United States Air Force F-35A Lightning II. This is a next-generation stealth fighter built to dominate the skies. Whoa! This looks like something out of a movie. This looks like we're watching Top Gun right now, but these are real aircrafts that they use, and how cool this is going to be here. I mean, just look at it. You can tell from the photo that this is something that goes at a high rate of speed here. And I know there was maybe a little bit of disappointment when we learned, we weren't going to have, the Thunderbirds this year. We weren't going to have some of these different ones that you get so excited for, but like the Blue Angels. But no, we still got some really amazing aircrafts that are here in Milwaukee that we get to see. What's next, Delaney? Okay. This is our last one, and this is a performer spotlight. I think this is just another angle here of that Lightning II. This is good. We can learn a little bit more about it. There's nothing quite like a hometown hero. We are incredibly proud to welcome the United States Air Force F-35A Lightning II from the 115th Fighter Wing of the Wisconsin Air National Guard to the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. Oh, I love that we're learning even a little bit more here, that this is actually not even from too far away, right here in that 115th Fighter Wing of the Wisconsin Air National Guard. Delaney, have you ever been to the Milwaukee Air and Water Show?
I have. I went last year, actually.
Tell me all about your experience.
It's really fun to see. I don't know. It was fun. We took my dog, which I think she had a lot of anxiety. So maybe not the best choice, but It's so cool to see how fast they go.
Yeah.
And like over your head.
It gives me such an appreciation for the skill set that these pilots do have. And you know that they have obviously been through so much training and they have a certain rank, and absolutely they are great at what they do. But then when you see it up close, and sometimes you see how close these planes travel to, to each other, you are just blown away. I'm always a little bit nervous. I'm like an anxious viewer. I'm always somebody who's amazed, but at the same time, I always think of the things that could go wrong. But I think this would be really exciting. I've never been to the Milwaukee Air and Water Show, but we were joking. I'm kind of rounding out my year of first, so I think this would be a great opportunity to go out and to see.
It would. It's a lot of fun.
All right. Well, we will be learning a little bit more about the Air and Water Show in just a few minutes. We're expecting that press conference. It looks like it might be running just a few minutes behind. It was scheduled to start at 12:30. Certainly a little bit of commotion, though, here in the water, so maybe it has started. Let's listen in. Let's see if there's anything to hear. Maybe nothing to hear yet, or I might actually throw it into a different channel and see if it's on a second kind of channel here of the audio. There we go. Looks like they're maybe kicking off this press conference with a little bit of a preview of what's to come this weekend, obviously both in the water and in the air, as you would expect with the name there.
Air Force probably does. I figure at this stage of the game,
As you can see, media certainly gathered here waiting for this press conference to start shortly. So I think what we will do on our end, we will take a very quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and then hopefully that is beginning shortly, and we'll get you out there live right after this. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:38 on your Friday afternoon. Still looking for weekend plans. Maybe you're going to check out the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. Rehearsals today, because it officially kicks off tomorrow as well as on Sunday. We're kind of getting a behind-the-scenes look right now, obviously. so much precision goes into an air and water show, and all the cueing, all of that's so important. So we've been seeing some boats in the water already, some planes in the sky. Here's another one. Let me turn some of the sound up here. As they fly by, we are anticipating a press conference as well, getting started here shortly, and we will bring that to you live in its entirety. But we're already seeing, some of these aircrafts that we don't see on an everyday basis enter the Milwaukee air here in the skies, and it's just so fun, obviously, on Saturday and on Sunday. But even this preview day, when you know some of these pilots are going to be out and about, making sure they know the route and the plan and the show and the choreography and all of that. I did notice here there's already even some people out in their chairs taking in this kind of rehearsal, this preview of everything, because it's an exciting time. I believe it's an event that brings in hundreds of thousands of visitors and spectators, so certainly an exciting time for Milwaukee, again, as we already see some of these planes enter the skies and some of these boats enter the water. There is something, especially when the show is kind of fully underway, about the true roar of these aircrafts and these jets. The one air show that I've been to, it was the sound that absolutely blew my mind. Obviously, the planes are doing so much impressive stuff visually, but when you hear the power behind all those aircrafts and the kind of whoosh as it goes right past you, certainly something to take in and to enjoy here. So again, one of the many things to enjoy this weekend, the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. I know I already told you a little bit more about the Brewers game as well. So that will be great to see. And of course, there's also, I know, a Milkman game as well. So there's going to be a whole lot to enjoy here at the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. So again, if you're just joining us, we are waiting for a press conference to begin with some of the organizers and leaders of the event, kind of giving us that sneak peek preview of what to expect this weekend. It was slated to begin at 12:30, so I think it's just running a little bit behind. So we'll keep our eye on this feed, and we'll certainly get you out there as soon as it does begin. Obviously, our crew is here on hand, on deck, and ready to let us know once this fully begins. So we'll keep our eye there. We'll let you know when the press conference is starting. Although, look they found another boat in the water. That one just looks like a nice fancy boat. I wouldn't mind cruising around in that one. That looks like a nice little luxury on the water right there. So again, we'll let you know when that press conference starts. In the meantime, want to tell you about a little bit of breaking news into our newsroom not too long ago, and that is, again, Tony Romo, we now know, has been arrested on I-43 here in Milwaukee last night for an OWI offense. It was his first of an OWI charge here. Of course, Tony Romo, the former quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, a Wisconsin native, certainly an NFL legend as you talk about stats and things like that. So again, still working for some more information of what exactly happened here. We do know he was booked into the jail last night, and he also was bonded out, so he's no longer at the jail, but we can confirm here that Tony Romo was arrested because of an OWI charge on I-43 in Milwaukee last night. This is his mugshot that was taken last night when he was booked at just after 9 p.m., they say. And so again, still working on some details. I believe he was in the area for a golf tournament. So as soon as we have any new answers for you, we are going to let you know right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, as well as on FOX6Now.com and inside that Fox local app. Good news is I'm starting to see the podium form here and some microphones start to make their appearance. So I do imagine this press conference will be getting started here shortly. So as a reminder, Milwaukee Air and Water Show presented by Waterstone Bank, taking place this weekend. So if you are thinking, oh, I still got some time, that's weeks away, nope, it is actually tomorrow and Sunday, and they've got a full lineup of what to expect and get to see here this weekend. I know a lot of work goes into planning these types of events, and so it's exciting for all these organizers that it is finally here. As you can see, still waiting here for that press conference to begin. We will take a quick break here, and then we'll get you back out to this press conference in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:45. We have been waiting for this press conference that looks like it is getting underway here. If you're just tuning in, again, Milwaukee Air and Water Show coming up this weekend, tomorrow and Sunday. So today's kind of their dress rehearsal, their sneak peek preview. I did see some spectators already gathering to get their eyes on the sky and in the water. And again, this press conference looks to be beginning here shortly. So we'll go ahead, turn the sound on, and listen to them for the updates of what we can expect.
We ready to roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 Milwaukee Air and Water Show. I'm Brian Allendorfer, your Air Show Director. Glad to be here. We have an exciting weekend ahead. We have a great lineup. We have great weather. We have a beautiful lakefront here. And would like to thank our presenting sponsor, Waterstone Bank, our support partners, the 128th Air Refueling Wing, and County Parks. And again, we welcome you to a really great weekend. We're going to have a lot of excitement here. Please come down and see our show. It's MKE Air Water Show.com. Lots of information on the website, so please take a look. Come down and join us. We're looking forward to a great weekend. And with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Bill Bruss from Waterstone Bank to come up and say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. As Brian mentioned, I'm Bill Bruss. I'm the president and CEO of Waterstone Bank, and we are proud to once again serve as the presenting sponsor of the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. For nearly a decade now, Waterstone Bank has supported this incredible event because it reflects many of the values that make our community strong. Bringing people together, honoring our military and those that serve our country, creating lasting memories for families throughout southeastern Wisconsin. While thousands of spectators will gather along Milwaukee's lakefront this weekend to experience the excitement and spectacle of the show, today's preview offers a unique opportunity to recognize the tremendous planning, coordination, and teamwork required to make this a truly great event. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to Brian Allendorfer and the entire Air and Water Show team, our military partners, Milwaukee County Parks, first responders, volunteers, sponsors, and the many individuals working behind the scene whose dedication makes this event a success every year. Events like this showcase not only world-class aviation and entertainment, but also the spirit of collaboration and community that defines Milwaukee. On behalf of everyone at Waterstone Bank, we are honored to help continue this great Milwaukee tradition, and we look forward to welcoming residents and visitors alike to the lakefront for what promises to be another tremendous show. Thank you, and enjoy today's preview.
Well, thank you very much, Waterstone Bank, for your support. I'm so excited to be here today. I'm Guy Smith, Executive Director from Milwaukee County Parks, and proud that we're able to host another year of the Air and Water Show. We're excited to welcome thousands of residents and visitors to one of Milwaukee County's greatest treasures, our beautiful lakefront. Events like the Air and Water Show are more than incredible performances. They bring our community together in our shared public spaces. They encourage people to go outside, enjoy Milwaukee's lakefront, experience everything that we have to offer, including trails and beaches, all supporting Milwaukee County's vision of becoming the healthiest county in Wisconsin. Whether you're here with family or friends or visiting for the first time, we hope you take time to explore our beautiful parks. Our park staff work hard behind the scenes alongside many partners to create a safe, welcoming, and enjoyable environment. We'll once again have Parks beverages stands on site this year all along the lakefront. When you purchase food and drinks, you're not just getting a refreshment, you're helping support our park system. These dollars are reinvested in maintaining the parks, trails, beaches, and public spaces that our community enjoys year-round. Events like this not only create unforgettable experiences, but show that Milwaukee County is a vibrant destination. It strengthens our local economy and inspires people to get outdoors and enjoy their parks. Thank you for spending your entire weekend with Milwaukee County Parks. And I'd also like to thank Brian Ellendorfer for all of his hard work, for organizing this year's show, and of course, Waterstone Bank for their sponsorship. We hope that you enjoy an incredible air and water show and take advantage of everything our beautiful lakefront has to offer. Have a fantastic weekend, and thank you for supporting your parks. And with that, I'd like to introduce Colonel Christopher Triplett from the 128th Refueling Wing.
Hi folks, I am Colonel Triplett. I'm the commander at the 128th Air Refueling Wing in Milwaukee. We are Milwaukee's hometown Air Force. This is what we do, and we're proud to be hosting this event. Many of the airplanes that you're going to see in the show are staged right over on our ramp right here in Milwaukee. So it's exciting for us to participate in this event. So thank you, Brian and the gang, for tying us into this event every year. It's an exciting time to bring the community together. And it not only allows us to all get together down here on a beautiful day and a beautiful weekend out here in the park, but it allows us to see aviation at its finest. You've got civilian performers, you've got military performers, and I might be a little biased, but okay, I'm a little partial to the military side of things, but that's okay. You're going to see F-22s, F-16s, we've got Marine Ospreys, we've got all kinds of different things for the show for you guys to see out here over the next couple of days. So bring the family, come on out, and hope you get a chance to see the show firsthand. So thank you very much.
Anyone have any questions?
Basically, I guess you just talk to us like what's different this year, what's new.
We have many different performers this year. As you know, there's a lot going on overseas with the military right now, so we doubled down on civilian performers, so you're going to see some that have never been seen in this area before, so that'll be a nice surprise. And also we have the Marine Corps Osprey demo team with us. That's a first this year. Of course, the F-16 Viper and the F-22 Raptor have been here before, but those are always a welcome repeat performer. But we also have some world-class, like I said, civilian pilots, so it'll be different, and but it'll be great, and it'll be a nice, about a 4-hour show. And we've also expanded our water show, so that'll be a full hour starting at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday, so get down here early to see that as well. And we're going to continue to grow on that and try to make the water portion of the show more water. So, thank you. We have between 12 and 15 different performances lined up throughout the 4 hours of showtime. Yeah.
How many years has the show been going on?
First year was 2004, and it started as the Festa Italiana. The founder, Paul Rogers, started that as a means of doing just like a mini air show during the Italian Fest, and that rolled into the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. So yes, 24 years now. Thank you.
Can you talk about the planning portion of it? Like, how long did it take you guys to get together when you started planning?
We're planning the year 2028 right now, so it's usually 2 years in advance at least. So yeah, but by the time the plan is all developed, it's been rebuilt 3-4 times. As things change with our performers, we have to constantly be on our toes to adapt. But yeah, so a lot of planning behind the scenes, and there's a lot of moving parts. We have a lot of partners that help us get to the finish line.
You gonna go? Oh, so let's go back to the civilian thing, because you mentioned planning these things years in advance, but obviously you had military action where less military pilots were available. Just talk to me about what do the civilian pilots add to the show, and how thankful are you that these people were willing to come in and kind of fill that gap?
Well, this year, of course, with the America's 250, we're celebrating that. And aviation is a very American thing, so we're celebrating America, Americana. We're celebrating aviation. We're inspiring the next generation of young pilots, whether that's military or civilian. It's all the same type of recruitment. And to put an airplane up in the sky and get that child inspired to pursue a career in aviation is what it's all about. And the military isn't for everyone, but we all support them. And of course, we're going to remember all those deployed this weekend and celebrate that as well. But for instance, one of our civilian performers, he and his wife are expecting a child, their first, overdue by a couple of days, so he's got his bag packed 1 foot out the door. He said as soon as that baby's out, he's on his way. But if not, we have another performer lined up to step in. So of course, with Oshkosh going on this weekend, we did do a little bit of horse trading to gain some performances from there as well. Good. Thanks, y'all, for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Again, we're so excited here for the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. You just kind of got a little sneak peek preview of what you can expect these next couple of days. Certainly a lot of impressive spotlight performances that will be happening this weekend. So if you are looking at your calendar and you have nothing to do these next couple of days, would highly recommend that you go and enjoy the Air and Water Show. For now, we're going to take a quick break. Then we're actually going to go back into the baseball world of things and talk about the Uke documentary that is finally out. I feel like we've been previewing this for months and months and months. And if you'd like the chance to see it, you can see it now at Marcus Theaters, select Marcus Theaters. We'll give you all the deets you need to know right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:59 on your Friday afternoon. We did it. We made it to Friday, and I know a lot of us have some exciting weekend plans in store. If you don't, obviously we just learned all about the Milwaukee Air and Water Show happening tomorrow as well as on Sunday, although we're going to try and get you a couple more of their kind of sneak peek previews coming up later in the show here as we are on all the way until 4, and there's a little dress rehearsal we can attend. But if you're looking for something maybe more indoors, you can head to Select Marcus Theaters this weekend because it's officially here, the Uke documentary. If you don't know what we're talking about, we're going to play you the trailer here, and then we'll talk all about it. Stay with us.
The name will send shivers through you when you hear it. Mr. Baseball. Bob Uecker!
Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
60s, 70s, 80s, 90s.
She's been here 35 years. 10 of them she was a player.
He's everybody's best friend.
Swing and a rocket to right. Base hit. They win.
Are you worried about him as the season for him?
Oh, gosh, yes.
How are you doing?
I think there was that sentiment of, let's try and do this for you.
There is your preview, and we're bringing in, of course, we have to, a special guest to talk all about it. Carl Deffenbaugh joining us here in the newsroom. And Carl, I asked you to join because you've already seen the documentary. You went earlier this week. Tell us your thoughts.
I thought it was just because you couldn't get enough of me after anchoring a couple hours together on Wake Up this morning.
It's also that.
Well, of course, yes. Very, very special evening on Wednesday. So the documentary is out in full in Marcus theaters throughout Wisconsin as of today. There were some special showings last night as well. But on Wednesday, they actually put on a pre-release showing for members of the Milwaukee Brewers staff. There were members of the broadcast team there, the front office, and then members of the media as well who got to see the film. This was really special, especially because most people who have seen it saw a different version of it. So it debuted at the Milwaukee Film Festival at the Oriental back in the spring, but they've actually, the production team behind it, the editors and directors, have kept tweaking, actually changed a bit of the ending, I heard, from that showing, if you saw it at the Oriental, to what we all got to see on Wednesday and what folks can see now statewide beginning today. Biggest takeaway from it, it's such an entertaining, the best thing about documentaries too, they're not the 3-hour epics like the Odyssey out right now. It's a crisp 90 minutes. If you're a Brewers fan, highly encourage you to go check it out because it is such a wonderful celebration of this one-of-a-kind life. And that was my main takeaway from this. It was just thinking back again, you know, to some of our coverage after his passing, but then also just with that documentary in full. I don't think anyone will live a life quite like Bob Uecker's ever again because of when his rise came to be, the nature of media over those 50-plus years as the voice of the Brewers and more. But it is such a special, unique career and life, and it is certainly celebrated in that documentary.
And we should note, no shade to the Odyssey. Carl also wants to go and see that as well. We've been talking about that all week. But yes, I do love kind of that 90-minute attention span movie as we can go and see Uke here. I like the note that they've been kind of continuing to tinker with it behind the scenes and make edits. I feel like that's something you and I can relate to because whenever we turn packages or stories, we always joke, like, it never feels like it's finished.
Well, and we've heard this from the filmmakers as well in a couple of the interviews they've done here at FOX6 and elsewhere, but going back to the first cut, how long they had it back in Thanksgiving of last year, I believe, it was 6 hours long. That wasn't going to make it into a theater, a double Odyssey, if you will. So they've spent so much time fine-tuning what they think the very best material they got is over, I believe, more than a year or two of filming with Uecker at the end of his life, and then, of course, using all this different archival footage from his long career. It was amazing the amount of footage they had from back in the day, right? Young video of him as a player coming up through the minor leagues, and then let's just say short-lived, not an illustrious career in the major leagues, but with some of the biggest names in baseball, Hank Aaron and Joe Torre and others that he was around at the time when he was a player. And then, of course, the transition to all the appearances on Johnny Carson and this whole second act that turned into his main career for the rest of his life. The thing that struck me too, and maybe this is a little bit about because of what we do, Haley, but it's hard to be yourself, to feel comfortable on camera, and he was just effortlessly cool. In all those Carson appearances, so many of the clips that they had of him from his playing days and then early broadcasting days, I can't imagine someone being more comfortable in their own skin than Bob Uecker appeared to be. And it came through in that self-deprecating, deadpan humor that he put on display on Carson and Mr. Belvedere and all the other exploits outside of being the voice of the Brewers for all those decades.
It's been really beautiful to see, especially this baseball season with the Brewers, the way they continue to honor the legacy of Bob Uecker. Obviously, we covered the brand new mural that was just unveiled in downtown. Again, all about Bob Uecker and his career and his legacy with Milwaukee. We heard from Christian Yelich and Pat Murphy at that mural about what Bob Uecker meant to them. And we had a new mural unveiled this week for Hank Aaron, to your point here. Heard from Billy Aaron, his widow, and even she was bringing up Bob Uecker, so it's now cool for another kind of way to continue to honor him in this this new film that's out now. anything in the film surprise you, or did you learn anything new about Bob Uecker?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly as someone who has lived here for a decade but hasn't grown up around here, some of it was things I knew, but then really set in just what he meant to so many people here who never met him. And then I kept thinking about the many different people with the Milwaukee Brewers. Some of them were in that theater with us on Wednesday night. Just how special it must have been to have that magnetic a person in your life day to day, right? Not just the voice on the other end of the radio airwaves, but actually a friend, someone you see every day leading up to a game. And you could tell just how beloved he was by anyone up and down the different levels of the Brewers, from the top of the front office and the managers and these star players to the different staff members throughout the ballpark who he was legitimately close friends with and had these relationships over years and decades with. Was really cool to see. And he just, again, just seemed so comfortable in his own skin. Obviously, there's a sad side to this, knowing that his life would come to an end, and knowing that the Brewers wanted so badly to keep this run going for him there at the end of the, I guess that would have been the 2024 season. That part's really powerful, and I'll say, especially being in that room with some members of the staff who were friends and close with him, knew the struggles he was going through health-wise that maybe the rest of us on the outside as listeners did not. There are some tough moments watching that, but you see kind of the fight that he was able to put up. Days when he wouldn't show up to the ballpark because he was going through treatments, he was just too tired, and then days when they would all get kind of lifted up by the surprise of him actually making it there to call a game or wanting to stay on a few extra innings just because he was feeling good that day. I don't think this will spoil it, but since a lot of people probably are Brewers fans, they know that season ended in a bit of heartbreak, unfortunately. At the end of that series with the Mets, they were up in Game 3, looked like they were about to win and blow it in the 9th inning. There's a shot that they linger on, and I think that was, again, from a filmmaking standpoint, and a little bit of what we do, crafting shorter TV stories versus a documentary. There's a shot they linger on that's not close up, but you see him processing, and it stays with that after the radio broadcast had ended. That was just, wow. Quite powerful, and certainly left very few dry eyes in that theater.
I have not seen the documentary, so I can't visualize it, but even just hearing you describe it, I got chills. Yeah. So I can only imagine what it's like to be in the theater and see that clip. And I think it's cool. You and I were actually talking about legacies a little bit earlier today when we were anchoring Wake Up. And there's something special about Bob Uecker, and everyone who knew him talks about that. But you think about the generations to come. There's going to be so many new Brewers fans that, enter this world who won't have gotten to have any kind of experiences that are personal with Bob Uecker, but they'll be able to know him because of this film. So it's cool that it's now available to see. Again, you can go and see it at select Marcus theaters. We'll kind of walk the viewers through which ones are showing them. But before I switch gears and ask you about your Rockies, anything else you wanted to mention about the documentary?
I think, again, a maybe smaller part of it, but something a lot of people wouldn't necessarily know, was there were lengthy interviews with his family, with his surviving children, and with his now second wife. And I think that's a side of him that you'd hear about in stories, joking on broadcasts and whatnot, but you really got a little bit more of that than necessarily you did, including some real analysis, you could say, from his children about how tough it could be to be the child of a star like that. He's pulled in all these different directions. At one point in his career, he's calling all these Brewers games. He's doing Monday Night Baseball, and then he's also going off to Hollywood to film episodes of Mr. Belvedere and be on the Tonight Show. He eventually had a heart attack, which the film basically sets up as him completely stretched thin and overworked. And I think there's an assessment of that not being the easiest family situation, certainly for his first wife. They ended up getting divorced. When someone is pulled in all these different directions, beloved by so many, but then what time there is for his children. They also deal with the deaths of 2 of his children as well, and what that meant in those private moments of the family. So I think there's a lot that Brewers fans might not get from anywhere else, honestly, because of the access the filmmakers had.
Interesting perspective there, too. When you talk to Brewers fans about Bob Uecker, they all have that feeling of, oh, he's ours. He was ours. We love him. But what if you are, his family member? Like, no, he is ours, and we would like more access to him and more time with him. So interesting perspective there, and certainly something that I think a lot of people will enjoy diving into with the film. Okay, Carl.
Yes.
Colorado Rockies.
Okay. Can I say quickly about just where it's playing real quick?
Oh, we can show it. We have it ready for you.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So, starting today, now with full showings, select market Marcus theaters throughout the state, but I say select, is really most of them around the area that you think of. So the Majestic out in Waukesha, we've got the Green Bay location, Madison, North Shore up in Mequon closer to us, the Menominee Falls location, South Shore in Oak Creek, the Ridge Cinema in New Berlin. So basically all around the area here, Sheboygan, Sun Prairie, La Crosse, it goes on and on, Oshkosh. If it's a Marcus Theater, it's likely showing the movie for, I believe, the next 2 weeks. So take your chance now to see it. August 6th, then it expands beyond to some other different theaters outside of the Marcus family throughout the state of Wisconsin. So there are opportunities to see it. I know it's a time when the Odyssey is out and Spider-Man's coming next week, so some big movies. I think if you're a Brewers fan or even just a fan of Euchre, a fan of the state of Wisconsin, you'll appreciate this. It's really a celebration of Milwaukee in this one-of-a-kind life.
Yes, I know we've heard from Gino, who had gotten to see the film, and he was so excited for it to finally be here. Nicola had seen it a couple months ago, and she's excited for all of us, so it's nice to know that it's officially here in theaters. Yeah. And if there isn't one close to you right now that's showing it, again, there are more coming on August 6th, so a good opportunity to go and see this.
I'm laughing because Nicola's actually off camera right now giving a friend of hers a tour of the station on her day off.
Nice.
So,
I was going to say, Nicola's not here today. Surprise,
mention
cameo.
when she's right here.
I noticed you're stalling, and I think that's probably because you don't want to talk about
out of time?
your team coming to Milwaukee because they aren't doing too well this year.
No, and then sadly that is not a surprise. This was the team that was challenging the White Sox for the worst record in baseball history last year, and we barely avoided that ignominious ranking there. The Rockies, as my dad likes to say, he lives out in Colorado, my parents have retired back there, gives me basically a night-by-night report of whether they're below or above 400 based on the result. That's the bar that we're at right now, and have been for some time. So, yeah, although it seems like maybe the Brewers sometimes stumble against these lesser teams for how well they play against the good ones. So, I don't know, but, you know, I hope you guys have fun beating up on my team this week to all the viewers out there.
Big question is, are you going to try and make your way to AmFam?
The goal is yes. I mean, to be honest, like, this team is not much of a draw for me versus some of the ones I got to root for, even going back maybe a few years. But got to support, right, when they're in town. If they only come here once a year. And honestly, I'm kind of more excited for Sunday because that's when Jacob Mizorowski is supposed to pitch for the Brewers, so it's kind of a nice combination of, I can say I was there to see my team, but really I'm trying to see the hottest pitcher in baseball this season, the most electric show in town.
Hopefully, for your sake, since you are a Rockies fan, he doesn't have quite the performance he did not too long ago.
I mean, the good news is that because of, I think, some worries about arm fatigue and trying to stretch him through a long season, he won't go that deep, right? Maybe, 4 or 5 innings, and then the Rockies can do something.
Sure.
You can see how hopeful I am.
We'll see.
There's a couple good players to root for. Hunter Goodman, the catcher, has been fantastic. They have a guy who's kind of in the running for Rookie of the Year. So some building blocks, but not exactly a full roster yet.
All right, so you're less excited about the Rockies' current state than you are the Uke documentary, which you are fully recommended that we all go see when we can.
Agreed. Go support that. Maybe even go see the Odyssey versus going to watch my abysmal baseball team.
And in a couple weeks, Carl said he would go see the new Spider-Man with me.
Spider-Man's my guy. I think you're coming with me. That's been my favorite superhero since I was a kid, so let's do it.
I don't think you know how much I love Tom Holland. Have we missed out on this?
That I love Spider-Man versus amount that, well, he is my favorite Spider-Man too. So
he's my favorite Spider-Man too.
All right, well, he's my favorite Spider-Man.
Okay, so you know what? We're going to fight over who is taking who to the movie, but we'll go and we'll see it.
Okay, I guess I shouldn't fight. If you're going to buy the tickets, great. You can take me.
Actually, no, that's such a good point. Carl said he was taking me, you guys, because it's his movie. Okay, it's a plan. Carl, thanks for joining us here on the live desk. We hope you have a great weekend.
You too.
Carl Deffenbaugh there, reporting on the Uke documentary again. He fully recommends and endorses the film, so go and see it if you have the chance. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Be right back after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:16. We're keeping our eye here on our live feed from the Milwaukee Air and Water Show because they are doing a couple of those, I don't know if dress rehearsal is the right term. That's a very theatrical term on my end, but we are seeing them already do some of these practice flights, and so when we can catch one for you, we'll try and show it. There's a plane taking off right there for you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. That is terrifying, Delaney. It was going straight up to the sky. And now it's going over, upside down. See, these pilots, they're so talented, Delaney.
They are. It's so fun to see, but I can't imagine doing that.
How do they not get nauseous? Like these pilots, this is a feat, and go and see it and enjoy it. There it is again. And now it's going low to the water. See, this is so fun if you're an adventurous person. If you're an anxious person like me, my palms are sweating right now. But I have to trust that they're good at their jobs. Everything's going to be great, and it's going to be entertaining to see here. But we'll keep our eye on that feed and see what we can bring you as we kind of catch some planes and some boats here and there throughout the next couple of hours here on the live desk. But I actually want to go ahead and bring in our reporter, Jenna Sachs, and talk about a story that is trending right now on our website. It was your story that is already aired, and it's kind of a terrifying thought here, Jenna, which is that thieves are being able to steal cars by kind of reprogramming the key fob. Tell me more about how this is even possible.
Yeah, this can really affect anyone with a key fob and a push start ignition, which is most of us at this point. So there are basically two ways that these key fobs can be reprogrammed or intercepted. The most common way is that people are buying key programmer devices online and using them. So these are meant for locksmiths. It's not illegal to have one per se, but they're using it to connect to these cars' diagnostic port, and within a minute or two they can actually reprogram a car to connect to the key fob they have in hand and disconnect from the one the homeowner has or the auto owner has. So that allows them to just drive away with the car in a matter of minutes. There's another method that's less common where you use an antenna standing outside of a home to intercept a fob's signal, and that allows you to enter the car from the outside and just drive away. But the city of Milwaukee is having a problem with key fobs being intercepted and these cars being stolen. It's kind of overtaken that whole trend we saw for a while with Kia and Hyundai thefts. This is kind of the new thing.
Well, now it's kind of just a scary thought to think it could happen to anyone at any time, and it's unbelievable that they're just buying kind of a product online that lets them reprogram these key fobs. You said it takes like a minute or two, so it doesn't seem difficult at all on their end. Jenna's a busy person getting a phone call here on the live desk.
I am, but I ignored it for you.
We appreciate that. But you were even mentioning, I think sometimes we hear of these, national trends and we think, oh, that's not happening here, we're good. But it is happening here in Milwaukee. I know you even spoke with a person who this did happen to him.
Yes, so we met with a man named Thomas Geigler, and what happened to him is back on June 24th, he parked his car outside on the street near Center and Booth outside his home, and the next morning his son went outside and found the car was gone, and there was no sign of forced entry left behind. There was no pile of broken glass. There were no broken car parts around. The car simply vanished. And so what he had was a 2026 Honda Accord hybrid, and he had a Honda app on his phone. He used it to track his car. It was about 5 miles away to the northwest, still in the city of Milwaukee. So he drove there to find his car. It was parked on the street. He clicked his key fob and it no longer worked. Wow. So that was the first sign that this was how the car had been stolen with this particular method. He called police, which said the same thing. Your key fob was probably reprogrammed. There was minimal damage to the inside of the vehicle, nothing on the exterior. On the inside, an antenna had been pulled out. The rear view mirror was pulled down, but there wasn't a ton of damage to the car. Interestingly, his sunroof had been opened, and they believe that's how the criminals got inside. His car has been in the shop ever since, and unfortunately, there weren't any cameras or Ring doorbell cameras in his neighborhood or near the scene where this car was found. And they weren't able to pull a lot of fingerprints from this particular car.
Again, I can't imagine just walking out of your home and realizing like your car is gone and seemingly without a trace of evidence left behind of what could happen here. And even when a car doesn't have damage to it, it's such a violating feeling to know somebody got into my vehicle, they've been inside, they maybe ransacked it looking for something and drove it away. I know as part of your story you actually talked to a Milwaukee police detective. How long did they say this has been happening? Is this kind of a new trend that they're seeing, or has this been going on for a minute now?
It's been going on for a few years, but it's kind of been evolving. So in the beginning, Milwaukee police say locksmiths were being targeted and their key fob programmers were being stolen. And then over time, they noticed more and more they were finding recovered cars with little to no damage on the outside of the vehicle and with key fobs that had been reprogrammed. In the beginning, they were really targeting a lot of high-end cars, and over time they started targeting cars of all makes and models from all auto manufacturers. Basically, this could affect a lot of people who simply have a key fob and a push start ignition. So they are working to prosecute rings of people who are stealing these cars, and sometimes they'll find fingerprints on the sunroof when they enter that way, or maybe they'll find a key fob in the car and they can issue a subpoena for information about who programmed that key fob, or maybe they'll pull over someone at some point and find a programmer in their possession and a collection of key fobs. So they are working to prosecute these crimes because it is happening. They couldn't give us any specific statistics about how often and how many specific car thefts are being stolen with this method, but it is many.
Again, it's just, frustrating for Thomas's sake when there wasn't a bunch of evidence to collect and you don't think you're going to be able to find who's responsible or see any kind of justice per se. I imagine people learning about this like us today now, after we see your story, they start wondering, well, what can I do to try and prevent this kind of theft? Is there any advice you have for us?
There's only so much you can do without spending money to get alarms on your car, for example, on the sunroof. One reason they're entering through the sunroof is that doesn't trigger a car alarm. But there are simple things you can do to make yourself less vulnerable. First of all, lock your car doors. It seems obvious, but sometimes people forget. You can try to park in well-lit areas near security cameras. I also say that realizing it's difficult because in Thomas's case, he had to park on the street outside his house. But when you have the opportunity, try to do that. Police still recommend wheel locks, saying it will deter some people if they see that lock on the car. They may just say it's too much work to steal that particular car. You could also hide an Apple AirTag somewhere in your car, so if it is stolen, you're able to track it quickly. And another thing you can do is there's something called a Faraday or a Faraway pouch or box. You can buy these on Amazon, and they have a layer with them that blocks intrusive signals. So if someone is trying to intercept your fob signal, that would block it. Those cost maybe $30 or so online. So those are some suggestions without spending a ton of money. You could look into car alarms and other options like that. But there's a lot of common sense advice I guess we have to give in this case.
I think for me, anything that's going to help provide that peace of mind is worth it, in my opinion, especially with something like this where you don't want to walk out one day and realize your car has been able to be stolen because of this key fob reprogramming. Going back to Thomas's story, I know he was actually leasing his vehicle. I think you mentioned it was a 2026 Honda Accord. So he wants his lease to be voided now because of this. Is this something that you think is going to happen? Is it likely?
No, it's not. So I told Thomas up front that he had a contract and this would be difficult. So he was 20 days into a 3-year lease, he said, I'm nervous about parking this car outside in the same spot. Aren't they just going to come back? They know that it's going to be back here at some point. So we did reach out to the dealership that he has the lease through, and they basically said, this is not a lemon law issue. There's not a defect, in their opinion, with the car itself. This was a criminal issue affecting a wide range of makes and models of different cars. They said we did have a complaint from him that was investigated by the Department of Transportation, and they didn't find any wrongdoing by us, and they explained to him that unfortunately this is something that affects a wide range of cars, not just one particular vehicle. We also reached out to Honda for comment on this story, but did not hear back. But even police will say this affects a range of vehicles from all types of auto manufacturers. So unfortunately, we could ask the dealership, to think about his request, but legally, according to their contract, he's required to keep paying on that.
Certainly a headache, as you mentioned, just 20 days into that lease. So again, anybody wanting to learn more about this, Jenna's full story is already on fox6now.com as well as in the Fox local app. Jenna, I think this is a really important one for us all to go and watch and just, again, take the little precautions that we can to try and keep ourselves safe.
Yeah, I mean, if it were me walking outside, I think I'd have a moment where I'd say, am I crazy? Did I park here? Especially if there's no glass or anything left behind. It can be so confusing when a car just disappears without a trace.
It's crazy to think that it's even possible to reprogram a key fob, but it is a reality. We're seeing it here in Milwaukee, so better to be informed, better to take those precautions than to be sorry. Jenna Sachs there joining us in our newsroom. Jenna, thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
She can get back to that phone call now. I'm sure it was very important. Jenna does a lot behind the scenes. She's very busy, so we appreciate her just taking a few minutes here to join us and talk about that story. Let's switch gears to baseball. Taking a live look here at American Family Field. Again, the Colorado Rockies in town, getting ready to kick off their 3-game series here in just a little bit. First pitch is at 3:10 today. You know who else is at American Family Field? Brandon Cruz joining us here on the live desk. Brandon, we appreciate you taking a few minutes before I know you head inside and get ready for this game. So let's just start with expectations. I mean, it's no secret here. The Rockies have been struggling this season, but we don't want to get overconfident here for the Brewers either.
Well, no, I mean, the Brewers realize it's Major League Baseball. Even though the Rockies have the worst record in the National League, they're still a big league team, and they're still here to try to upset the Brewers. So the Brewers have a mentality of win tonight. It's something that their manager, Pat Murphy, has stressed ever since taking over as their manager. So they will approach this game like any other, that this is their game to win. They're not going to worry about tomorrow or Sunday. It's just Friday's game that matters to them.
Certainly, it's been an impressive homestand for them as well. They're already 5-1 with these 3 games to come. I'm sure they'd love to make it 8-1. So we'll see how it all turns out for them here. But kind of a special deal if you're going today. You're not getting 1 baseball game. You're sort of getting 2. Tell me a little bit more about this alumni game.
Yeah, it's the Legends alumni game. 30 former Brewers are playing in a 3-inning game following the Brewers Rockies game. You've got the former general manager, Doug Melvin, picking one team, and they made the picks yesterday. You have his man in charge, Gord Ash, picking the other. Here's what you're looking at with the rosters right now. So they will play a 3-inning game, and, you know, a lot of familiar names, especially for Brewers fans. I mean, these are players that have played here for a long time, and some had major impacts. Others, you know, have been around the organization still. So, yeah, it's a fun time. And last year they had one of these with the home run derby. It was a big success, and they're hoping to build off of that from last year. And the Legends, or the alumni, are very excited to be here. A lot of them have been posting on social media about getting fans out here, being ready for this. And Travis Shaw even posting that he just doesn't want a blowout. He doesn't want anything to happen, as these guys are a little older now and not necessarily in baseball shape.
That's right. We don't want any injuries here, nobody tearing anything, so hopefully it's just a fun game to enjoy. Obviously, we were taking a look at that lineup, and I'll show it here again. A lot of impressive names here. This has to be so cool for Brewers fans who maybe thought they would never get to see their favorite players, you know, suit up again for Milwaukee, and in a way you get that today. Anybody here on this lineup that you're really excited to see take the field this afternoon?
Well, for me, I mean, it's just nice to see some of the guys that I covered when I first got into town. I mean, I've been here 20 years now, and to see some of these players from way back in the, you know, like 2008 season, 2007 season, it's kind of cool. So to me, that's what's neat on my end. But for me, it's more like, hey, what do the fans want? What do the fans want to see? I remember when I was a kid growing up in the Bay Area, the Oakland A's would always have an old timers game, is what they used to call it. And that was always cool to see. Raleigh Fingers out there, or Reggie Jackson, guys like that. Now you're seeing this here, and I think it's a great thing for the fans to be able to reconnect with the players that either they grew up watching or cared about a lot in different eras, and they're all on the field at one time. And that's what makes these moments so fun, so special, and just a neat way to keep those players connected to the organization as it continues to move forward. And I think that's an important part for baseball teams, especially just because of the fact that when you do that, it's a continuity, and teams like to have that. That's why you have Hall of Fames or Walk of Fames or anything like that, because that keeps the procession going throughout generations and makes people stay connected to this team no matter who's playing on the field at a given day.
Oh, absolutely. There is something with baseball about that nostalgia factor. Obviously, you're usually excited for the current roster, the current team, but then you get to be reminded of those players you used to cheer for and love, and now they're back, as I mentioned, here in Milwaukee in a homecoming of sorts. Last question for you here, Brandon, and it's one Carl and I were talking about this morning behind the scenes. Carl is a Colorado Rockies fan. He understands the state of his team here, but he was curious, do you think that the alumni team here could beat the current Colorado Rockies team? What's your opinion here?
Not even a chance. That's I'm going to say right now it's ridiculous. Don't have those conversations. It's kind of like in college football when you have a great team, say in the Big Ten, could they beat the worst NFL team? There's no chance. It's the same thing with this. These guys are big leaguers. Yeah, they're struggling, but they're still big leaguers. And the Rockies have kind of changed the way their approaches. They've made a lot of changes in their front office. So they're in a rebuild right now. Doesn't mean they're not, not good players. They just haven't figured everything out yet to put a good team out there consistently. But there's no way the old guys can beat the current guys.
All right, you heard it here first from Brandon Cruz and our non-existent question there. It would go to the Rockies. I know you got a busy day ahead of you as you make your way into AmFam, so we appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us here on the live desk.
All right, Haley, thank you.
Brandon, again, going to have all of your coverage that you need this afternoon and evening when it comes to that Alumni Legends game. I think it's kind of a fun situation as a Brewers fan. I imagine maybe you have some players you root for more than the others, but it's a win-win. Whichever team ends up walking away in this 3-inning alumni game, you're going to be so happy just to see them on the field. So that'll be exciting. Keeping my eye on our feed here of the Air and Water Show. Looks like we've got a very powerful... I almost called that a drone, but I think that's actually a plane. Look at that go, and you can tell it's actually getting water here on our camera lens. Again, we're going to keep trying to show you the sneak peeks that we can as they get everything ready. They run through some of the different show elements here before tomorrow and Sunday as the Milwaukee Air and Water Show is back in town. Let's listen to how loud this is. Impressive that from as far away as it is, it's able to move the water and carry it away from it onto our camera lens here. It's so simple too. It's just kind of going in a circle here, but look at the waves that it's making here. At some point, our photojournalist is probably like, I got to put a raincoat on my camera if it's going to be getting this wet. We'll keep our eye here again on this camera, see what else we can find throughout the show here. For now, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:36, and I actually want to head out now to Minnesota just for a couple of minutes here, as we know that we've been told that the House Subcommittee on Immigration, Integrity, Security, and Enforcement is going to conduct a congressional oversight visit at the Whipple Federal Building. So we're hearing right now from two U.S. representatives just kind of about what they saw today, some of their findings. I know they're answering questions right now, so we'll listen in together.
You have to stop the tour. And when we, asked why that was, they said they got a phone call that they were no longer allowed to allow us to continue the tour of the detention facility. We'd asked if we could speak to whoever called. They wouldn't say. And they had some vague excuse or a bizarre excuse that the three of us voted against the funding for them, and only the people who voted to fund them can get the tour, which is not how this works. But again, we didn't want it to escalate, so we departed. And the next time Angie and I came back, they did provide the tour. So it's been back to normal-ish, with the exception of that January visit.
And it is, I mean, just to say, the reason that they did get allowed back in is also because we had to take it to court.
Yeah.
We had to take it to court because we know in our appropriations language that we've specified that we have oversight of these facilities. And they were saying, no, that was a policy change that came from the White House. You can't get in. So we actually took them to court, members who had been denied access to the facilities. And so this, now a court has said, you have to do this. So they are complying, but they are putting in place whatever barriers. So you can't talk to detainees, you have to give us this much
for
notice,
1 week, yeah.
All of these other things, which never used to be the case. So there was a court case, and they have to follow the law. So that is part of the change.
You kind of mentioned how you weren't able to talk to the detainees, but you saw them with leg chains and stuff in their cells. Could you kind of tell us a little bit more about what these holding facilities look like inside the building when you guys were touring?
Yeah, I mean, they are, this seems like a relatively modernized building compared to some that I've been to. This is technically a holding facility or processing facility, not a full-scale detention center. And so the cells are, I'm not very good at measurements. They're probably like from where I am to where the gentleman in blue is, or maybe a little further back, and maybe from where you are.
It's a typical county jail mass holding. Few of them are the ones where you could have about 30 people in them.
I would like to speak on this.
Yeah, and then few of them are like for 3-5 people, and then some that have about 10-person capacity. They are like in a row on both sides, and then there is a monitoring area.
There are benches along the sides, but not enough sometimes, I think, for the capacity. And they do have a little toilet facility that has half walls there as well.
Privacy.
I have a different story about the conditions. So we've had over 500 individuals come through Haven, and I have 500 stories about what it looks like in there. You aren't shown everything, and the visit you came when no one was here, they moved them. Because we had a release come out after that when they were said they said no one was in there. And an individual came out that was released like an hour later and said, no, we were just moved to somewhere we'd never been. So when we had, especially January, February, there was rooms with 300 people packed in them, where there wasn't even room for them to lay down. People would have to stand or lean against a wall. and they were only given.
That was the case in January. The rooms were beyond capacity.
Yeah. And there'd be one layer of clothing they could get. There was no blankets or pillows because it's not supposed to be an overnight facility, so they don't exist in there. And there'd be fans blowing above them, so people were freezing. There'd be one toilet in the room, and there'd be their sink, which was their only form of water, was connected to the toilet, so people wouldn't drink it. It was horrifying. Normally when citizens would be held, that were constitutional observers or protesters, they wouldn't allow them to see where the immigrants or brown people were being held, but occasionally someone would get walked past those rooms, and they couldn't even speak on the looks of the faces of the people in those rooms packed with 300 people. They couldn't even explain what their eyes looked like. So I always tell people, however bad you think the conditions are in Whipple, especially during the surge, it was worse. And the women they didn't have a bathroom in their holding cell, so they were forced to be escorted by one or two male agents alone to the bathroom, so they wouldn't go to the bathroom out of fear of being assaulted.
I have one last question. Yeah, sure. So I know the midterms are coming out, and if you guys get the majority back in the House Senate, will you guys...
We're listening in live right now to this press conference that's being held outside, again, that Whipple building after they were able to tour it today. It does seem like our feed might have just frozen on us as we lost the audio. So we'll keep our eye on that, see if we're able to dip back in. They did sound like they were taking their last question, so it might be over by the time we get back to it, but we will keep our eye on it. Also continuing to keep our eye on our camera that's up right now as we've seen some of the different aircraft as well as the boats hitting the water here for the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. And as we keep seeing them, we'll try and keep showing them to you right here on the live desk. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get you a check of your forecast coming up after this.
Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:45, and you know it's been a busy day on the live desk when we haven't even gotten to your forecast until almost 2 hours in. So let's correct that right now. Being joined with Stephanie. I have absolutely adored these kind of cooler temperatures. I know they're not sticking around forever, so it's been nice while we've had them though.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's been, almost a little taste of maybe early fall. I hate to get that far ahead of ourselves. I promise summer is not going anywhere, but to your point, it's been a bit of a break, to say the very least. And today is going to remain very nice. I know we still have a bit of cloud cover out there right now, hoping to see some of that break apart and us see a little bit more sunshine later this afternoon. But for now, we are still pretty overcast. That's keeping temperatures in the middle and upper 70s right now, but I just stepped out on the weather deck and it still feels really nice. It's also pretty calm here in Brown Deer, at least most of southeast Wisconsin, enjoying a little break from some of the stronger wind. However, we know that all these beautiful conditions, they can't stay forever. We are returning right back to those sweltering, hot and humid days as soon as tomorrow, but especially by Sunday and Monday. Look at some of this heat that's out towards the west. It's building as we speak. Bismarck, North Dakota is in the mid 90s right now. Now, they're no stranger to heat. I know we think North Dakota and we think snow more than anything, but the Dakotas, and even over to Montana and some of those, northern plain states, they do experience very typical summer weather within the, the heat, the humidity, everything we see here locally. So it's not uncommon for them to be hot, but it is certainly a change as you get out towards the west. And just know that's coming our way. Dew points are also higher, even just west into Minneapolis and Des Moines, Iowa. So tomorrow we are going to feel that humidity return to our area. Biggest story, I think, there's a couple of things happening this weekend that we'll go over, but I do think the biggest is more so the heat and the humidity. Tomorrow temperatures are back to mid 80s, but we will probably feel like upper 80s to low 90s because of the higher humidity. The problem day is actually going to be Sunday and Monday because low 90s will be back, but dew points are just going to skyrocket. We're talking low, maybe middle 70s, which means heat indices back in the triple digits. In fact, there are a lot of spots out west right now under heat headlines. So it's not out of the question that by the second half of the weekend into Monday, we have heat advisories back in our area. Remember those? It hasn't been too long since we've had one. Again, dew points tomorrow will be very close to 70, but then they are going to jump even more Sunday and Monday. Here are those heat headlines that I just talked about. In fact, look at western Wisconsin. They're already under an extreme heat watch. All of the orange here extending from the Dakotas down to St. Louis and even farther towards the south, not even on this map, under heat advisories, and those pockets of pink there that do include the Minneapolis area, extreme heat warning. And now that goes until Sunday. So just goes to show that that heat is building in their area tomorrow and Sunday, and here we'll really see it Sunday on into Monday. So I would not be surprised if we ended up getting one of those at least heat advisories in our area, and more so because of how high the humidity is going to be. Now, it's been a few days since we've talked about wildfire smoke. The good news about the wildfire smoke is that it's actually higher up in the atmosphere. It's not really mixing down to the surface. This is a look at where it's at currently. So you can tell that there's some thicker smoke, again, aloft or higher up in the atmosphere out towards the west. Now, unfortunately, that looks to move back in even as soon as overnight tonight and tomorrow, and it's going to last throughout the weekend. But again, we're not expecting much to actually mix down to the surface. So what does that mean for us? On a sunny day, like the next couple of days, the sky will just look more of that milky blue color. It's not going to be that thick haze that we had previously. We're not going to be able to smell it, and hopefully it does not impact our air quality. Keep in mind, with how hot and humid it's going to be, I would not be surprised to have air quality alerts the next couple of days, especially throughout the afternoon, but it would more so be for that ground level ozone that we see on these very hot days, not necessarily from the wildfire smoke. I will say that by Sunday, we could start to see a little bit mixing down to the surface, but more so at a thinner rate. So again, I'm still not anticipating it to be as bad in any way as what we've experienced a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. But again, it's been a few days since we talked about the wildfire smoke, so that's something we'll continue to watch. Lastly here, I'm going to take you through the next couple of days because we have some slight rain and thunderstorm chances. I know we're desperate for the rain. Models are still very inconsistent, but we are looking at maybe Saturday night, possibly late Sunday, and then again on Monday. But these do not look like huge rain chances here locally. I'll just take you through the rest of today. No problems whatsoever. Saturday, we'll still have a couple of clouds here or there and maybe a pop-up thunderstorm overnight into Sunday morning. Models again kind of going back and forth, developing stuff out west, fizzling it out before it reaches us. And then Sunday, we could have a couple of different complexes move through later in the afternoon and evening, and then again on Monday too. So that's kind of three separate things we've talked about for the weekend. The heat and humidity returning, maybe some of that wildfire smoke higher up in the atmosphere, and then the chance for at least a few thunderstorms, especially late Sunday into Monday. Now tomorrow we are under a marginal risk for especially northern and central Wisconsin, but this does cut into southern parts of the state too. That would be for anything that develops more so later Saturday night. And then Sunday we do have a slight risk for a portion of our area, and we're already highlighted for Monday. So what I've been telling my viewers, at least on social media, it's kind of an if-then situation. If these storms develop, then they could be severe. So it's almost that step one of really needing to see if we have everything present in the atmosphere for these storms to come together. Thankfully, we still have a few more days, you know, when we're talking about Sunday and Monday to really get a handle on what the setup is going to be. But I do think they certainly, if we end up seeing storms, could be severe, especially Sunday on into Monday. So that's the very latest for the weekend. Still a great time to get out. Maybe just take advantage of the pool or the lake because of that heat returning.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, you and I were talking before the forecast here about some unfortunate, in my opinion, news for La Crosse, Wisconsin and western Wisconsin. You guys were reporting kind of a radar-indicated mayfly hatch.
Yes, and this does happen every so often. Do you have access to our other graphics?
I do.
Haley?
Let me show it to you.
You want to put it up? Perfect. So this is the radar loop from, I believe, yesterday evening or early this morning. So it looks like rain popping up or storms popping up around the La Crosse area. That is, those are mayflies that are hatching in that area. And anyone along the Mississippi near La Crosse, they are familiar with this. I know you are familiar with this, Haley. Our producer Howard is familiar with this. It is gross, to put it bluntly, but mayflies are actually one of the few insects that are picked up by radar when it's doing its scans, essentially. And so it makes it look like rain. Like there were so many that hatched that reflectivity picked up on it. But it is, again, not rain. It's not thunder. It is a batch of mayflies hatching across the La Crosse area.
If I pulled up the radar and it showed this, I would think like that's a significant rainstorm, and it's not rain. That's the amount of these mayflies that just hatched.
Right, and that's, you know, our indication too that it was not rain because of, number one, how large it is, how quickly it popped up and then went away. This happens every so often. You know, we also sometimes pick up on bird migrations, especially when a cold front is moving through. Or really any front, depending on the season. But sometimes radar can even pick up on some of the bird migration. So it's really fascinating what radar can actually help with. And, you know, it's not beneficial for us to see when mayflies hatch, but it is beneficial for other scientists who really focus on insects and, you know, stuff like that, as well as, you know, the DNR as they look at bird migration and just all of that fun stuff. So, you know, we always think that it's primarily for weather, but there are a handful of other specialties within the sciences that use this awesome tool as well.
No, it is very impressive that, you know, the radar can kind of pick up on that. If people don't know mayflies, consider yourself fortunate and lucky. I was telling Steph when I first moved to La Crosse, they'd had a little bit of a late hatch that year, and my dad and I were like, what are all of these giant bugs that will like surround a whole lamppost or surround an entire door and take over it? They don't have a very long lifespan, right? Which is kind of what was encouraging about seeing so many of them. As you know, okay, they'll be gone, but the amount of them you find in and around your apartment as well is a little,
oh gosh,
a little too much for me.
They're just a little freaky. They have like a long, I called it a stinger, but I don't think it's a stinger. But if you've seen one, they're not the most beautiful insects.
They're not. And they're not the smallest of insects. They're pretty large.
And they just float right towards you.
This is lovely. Well, I'm glad we could end your weather hit on such encouraging news.
Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't have done it any other way.
But we do appreciate you joining us here. It looks pretty good. Weekend forecast, lots of opportunities to get outside, really.
Yeah, stay hydrated. And then again, just make sure you're paying attention to the weather. That goes for, if you're going to a festival, the Air and Water Show, maybe you're going boating yourself. With the fact that we could see some of these popping up from time to time, make sure you have that Storm Center app. Check the radar, not for mayflies, but for storms. It's just helpful going forward the next couple of days. We are more than likely going to luck out and have plenty of dry time, but it's for some of those sneaky situations where we could see the storms pop up.
All right, good advice there. We'll stay weather aware, and I'm sure we'll check in with you later on the Wisconsin Live Desk. But thanks, Steph.
Yeah, no problem.
Always good to get the latest when it comes to our forecast. Of course, I know a lot of outdoor activities going on this weekend. As Steph mentioned, the Air and Water Show. I imagine the roof's going to be open for a lot of the Brewer games. So again, stay hydrated. That is the name of the game this weekend. All right, we're going to take another quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back with more news right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:58 as we get ready for the next 2 hours of the Live Desk. Want to let you know a couple of things that we are monitoring. For starters, taking a live look here at the White House. In a little bit, we're expecting to hear from President Trump. He is expected to speak on nuclear innovation. Of course, that is a hot topic when you talk about nuclear anything, especially with the conflict in Iran. So we will try and bring you that speech if and when it starts. Right now, we don't even have cameras in the room, so it might be a little bit before we get there. And of course, an exciting weekend here for the Brewers, welcoming the Colorado Rockies, but also welcoming so many of their alumni and their legendary players as they get ready for that game happening after the game. So at 3:10 is when first pitch will happen for the Brewers and Rockies. And then once that game wraps up, they're going to have their 3-inning Legends game, which I think will be a really exciting time to see some of those former Brewers. I know so many of you have favorite players on that list and those two teams on that lineup, so definitely an exciting time. Carl said he's going to try and come out to the series this weekend. I will actually be at the game tomorrow, so if you see me, say hi. I guess I will root for the Brewers for one weekend just for you guys. In the meantime, Maddie is standing by, ready to take over, get you these final 2 hours on your Friday afternoon. So while she kind of logs in and gets ready for the show, we will leave you with some of our live looks around the Badger State. Thanks for joining me this Friday.
vibing with this music that we've got here. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk and happy Friday. Thank you guys so much for being here with us on this Friday afternoon. I'm going to be with you for the next 2 hours, so buckle up. Let's give you a live look outside over at the lakefront right now, where practice is underway for the Milwaukee Air and Water Show that'll be taking place tomorrow and Sunday. Our reporter Durante Matthews there right now. Here's a shot kind of at the grounds, at the practice grounds as things are getting underway. The official practice start time is in just about 45 minutes now. We're hoping we can bring you some pretty cool shots from up in the sky here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. You'll definitely want to stay tuned for that. A few other things that we're following today here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We know that former Dallas Cowboys quarterback Tony Romo has been arrested in Milwaukee. This happened Thursday night on I-43. We were the first to break this news actually here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So he was arrested Thursday night. He was pulled over while driving on southbound or I-43 South. We do know his court date is set for September 21st. This is his first OWI offense, as you can see here, and then that's the mugshot that FOX6 was able to obtain here from Milwaukee law enforcement. So we will bring you any updates as we get them here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. But one of the big things that we're following that we broke to you first right here on Fox Local. I want to take you back out to Durante's shot because looks like you could see a helicopter there in the background as things are getting underway. Super exciting stuff. If you haven't been to the Milwaukee Air and Water Show, definitely want to get down there this weekend. I actually have not. I was not in town last year for it, so I'm super excited that I am here this weekend and I get to see it firsthand. I know some people a little bummed that we won't be getting the Thunderbirds or the Blue Angels this year, but still such an exciting show planned for the weekend. Definitely something you're not going to want to miss. I'm going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're expected to hear from President Trump actually in just a few minutes now, talking about a nuclear power plan that he has after announcing 3 advanced nuclear reactors. So a lot of criticism here about this thing. Trump is going to speak on it and should be in just a few minutes now. We were expecting it at the top of the hour here. So we will be sure to bring that to you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Also, talking gas prices. I know we're in the peak tail end of summer travel, and I'm sure a lot of you getting out there, getting your final vacations in as we approach the beginning of August. So going to want to hear about those because we do know that the price of oil did just jump to $100 a barrel yesterday. So pretty relevant there for those of you who might be traveling this weekend. Going to want to hear from Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan. He's the head of petroleum analysis there, talking about the trends that we've been seeing. We know that gas prices rose at an average of $3.89 a gallon yesterday. That was according to Patrick DeHaan from Gas Buddy. So we're going to check in with him, see if those trends will continue. Hopefully they don't, but with conflict continuing overseas, that does not look super likely for now. But to take that quick break that I've been talking about, we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. here for you on the Wisconsin Live Desk for the next 2 hours. Here's some of the things that we will be bringing you. So we are expected to hear from Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy in just a few minutes now to talk about gas prices after oil jumped $100 per barrel yesterday afternoon. We're going to see if those trends continue, as I'm sure a lot of you will be traveling as we head into the end of summer here, just seeing where we're at and where things could be going as conflict does continue overseas in both Russia and also the Strait of Hormuz. Another thing we're expecting at about 2:30 is to hear from Corey Ruiz. He's the victim in the shooting with Madison police officers that happened 2 days ago now, actually. Yesterday, we got an update from law enforcement where we did get an identification for the victim, who is Corey Ruiz, and there was actually a few disruptions during that press conference as the Madison police chief, John Patterson, was speaking. So a lot of tension still going on in Madison nearly 2 days after this occurred, but we are expected to hear from Corey Ruiz's family for the first time during this press conference at 2:30. We're going to bring it to you live here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. In the meantime, I want to take you out to Houston right now, where lawmakers are speaking on a shooting that after a shooting that happened with ICE agents. Looks like it may be wrapping up here, but we're going to bring up the volume and check in and see what's going on. Looks like we did just catch the tail end of that here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So we do have an article up on FOX6Now.com to talk that kind of goes more in depth as to what happens there. But that shooting was back on July 7th. And we have heard from lawmakers over the past few weeks about this shooting. I know contradicting statements between city officials as well as immigration customs enforcement about what exactly happened there. So you can read more about that on our website, FOX6Now.com. In the meantime, I want to take you back out to the lakefront, actually our shot of from our Durante Matthews right here, just kind of showing the behind the scenes of the Milwaukee Air and Water Show. I'm going to also try to bring in one of our tower cameras to see if we can catch any of those planes flying up ahead. Let's see here. I have this up on pretty shaky camera here. Maybe it's because of the planes. Maybe not, though. Not seeing much action yet. We do know that the rehearsal is supposed to officially start. And we will bring that to you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk when it does. So we're seeing if we can also maybe get a closer shot up in the sky from our crew who is on the scene right now as this rehearsal gets underway. But again, for those of you who might have never been to the Air and Water Show, that begins tomorrow is when it officially kicks off. And then if you aren't free tomorrow, it also happens on Sunday. But until we can get those shots for you, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk and reset, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
Live Desk.
Thanks for being with us on your Friday afternoon. We made it almost the weekend, so hang in there here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Let's give you a live look downtown right now at the Milwaukee Lakefront, where rehearsals are about to get underway for the Milwaukee Air and Water Show that's happening tomorrow and Sunday. Super exciting if you do plan on being in Milwaukee. But if you don't, and you're planning on traveling, you might want to take a look at those gas prices, because we do know that they are on the rise. Wisconsin seeing a rise to $3.89 a gallon average yesterday. So I want to bring in Gas Buddies Patrick DeHaan here with us. Patrick, thanks for joining us on your Friday.
Sure, thanks for having me.
I want to play a little game with you because I have our
Oh, boy.
tower I know we have our tower cam up, and I am able to control this, and it's going to go to the BP gas station across the street from us. I want you to guess what the price is for regular gas, and we'll see how.
Well, I think it was $3.89 last time we talked, and that was before everyone else went to $3.89. So I'm going to take a stab at $3.99.
All right. Okay, let's see. And of course, this could be user error, so it might take a minute. Okay. Got it on lock.
Drum roll.
Let's see. There it is.
What do I win if I get this right? And what do I lose?
God, I didn't think that far. We'll think of something. We'll workshop. Oh, let's see. Ooh, $3.89.
Oh, it's still $3.89. All right. Well, good. I'm glad it didn't go up, but everyone else did.
Yeah, honestly, good for us. But I mean, honestly, I was telling you in the break that I filled up my tank today and kind of cried a little bit because prices are creeping up just a little bit here. Can you kind of talk about, I know the conflict overseas and the status of what you've been seeing through the week as we're seeing this kind of slow increase?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you are. Almost every state, there's probably no state that's gone down in the last week, and Wisconsin no exception. Prices up 10 cents from a week ago, up 21 cents now from a month ago, and up almost $1 a gallon from last year. So, yeah, you fill that tank up, you're leaving behind quite a bit more of your money, depending on what size tank you have. Ultimately, what's ongoing is continued re-escalations between the U.S. and Iran. Now, oil did plummet today, so over the weekend, you could see prices rolling back a few cents a gallon. Nothing to get too excited about, but oil did drop about 3% on word that Pakistan wants to get Iran and the U.S. back to the negotiation table. So maybe a little bit of optimism, but at the end of the day, it's still these escalations between the U.S. and Iran, the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, and Ukraine attacks on Russian refineries that are all still putting upward pressure on prices. So while you may get a little bit of a weekend drop, depending on where you are in Wisconsin, it's not going to probably last very long. And as long as there are new escalations between all these parties, whether it's Russia and Ukraine or the U.S. and Iran, we could continue to see prices going up, maybe back above the $4 a gallon mark in the weeks ahead. But it's just tough to know. I cannot predict geopolitical tensions and how they're going to unfold. So I am also, kind of guessing where things will be in the next few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Have things, as you kind of looked at the numbers just in the past few weeks, has anything surprised you?
Well, I mean, we look at gasoline prices, and that BP station, I don't think had diesel, but diesel prices are seeing much more of an impact than gasoline. And it's because specifically the Ukraine attacks on Russia. Russia provides about 1 in 9 gallons globally of diesel that's produced. And with those refineries being knocked offline, I mean, how many times, 3 months ago, we talked about refining issues here in the Great Lakes. We talk about refinery outages and maintenance. Just because refineries are overseas in Russia doesn't mean they don't matter. And unfortunately, there's only a finite amount of global refining capacity. And so what happened with Ukraine knocking offline a lot of Russia's refineries is that Russia can't export the amount of diesel and gasoline that it normally does. So diesel prices have gotten hit quite a bit harder and probably will in the next few weeks as long as this is ongoing between Russia and Ukraine.
For factors that you are looking at, we know that there's several. Is there anything that you're monitoring that could potentially make things even worse or have gas prices go up even more?
Well, nothing that's on the radar at this moment. Although I just checked the National Hurricane Center, it looks like the next 7 days there's not really any areas of interest. So Thank goodness that we don't have to contend with at least an active hurricane season. Obviously, El Nino kind of helping us out there, but that's a factor that's obviously completely unpredictable. About the worst case scenario would be that if a major hurricane targets refineries, and there's a lot of refineries between Houston and New Orleans right on the coastline. So, back in 2017, Hurricane Harvey and Irma were a 1-2 punch that knocked out a lot of refineries. Refineries in the Great Lakes actually in the last week have operated over 100% of capacity. And that can happen, by the way. That is not, a fake number. If you want to check it out, it's called process gain at a refinery. But what it means is that refineries are running basically as hard as they can. So if anything happens there, coupled with Russia's refineries being knocked offline, that's an area to watch.
I want to ask now about, because you had touched on the 3 months ago and kind of what we were saying there. Can you talk about how the surge we're seeing now is different from what we were seeing during that time?
Well, 3 months ago, it was very much just tit for tat between the U.S. and Iran. We hadn't yet seen Ukraine attacking Russian oil refineries, but that's really ramped up in the last 6 to 8 weeks. Ukraine now has very long-range drones that have been going after major Russian oil refineries. There's a lot of very tremendous photos of Russia oil refineries in flames. So that's kind of the part of this that's evolving more so. I mean, the U.S. and Iran, that's evolving the situation there. But more so, the wild card has been watching Ukraine try to go after Russia in different ways. And that is something that wasn't really in existence back in March and April. You did not see Ukraine attacking Russian oil refineries in that way. And maybe that's something President Trump had a role in. I know President Trump himself has gotten frustrated with Russia as well. So, that's the part that's evolved significantly. But the U.S. and Iran, and also the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, that's something that was rather unexpected as well and can be very disruptive. Saudi Arabia has been rerouting a lot of its oil away from the Strait of Hormuz over to the Red Sea. And so if the Houthis keep attacking the Red Sea, that could be problematic.
As you kind of monitor the news as well as the numbers and the analytics, are there any headlines that you would see where you'd be like, oh, okay, this is good news. Prices are probably going to go down. Is there anything in your eyes, and like what other people would see, what kind of headlines would give you that indicator that, oh, we should be seeing a decrease soon?
Well, if there was de-escalation, I mean, as I mentioned, Pakistan clearly has been sending some overtures about trying to get the U.S. and Iran to negotiate. So things like that. Anything that can de-escalate or is de-escalating the situation would help to deflate oil, gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel prices. But more threats of attack, more attacks on both sides, that's going to continue to push prices up. So, if the situation worsens and there's more attacks launched and the attacks widen, that's obviously going to be bad for oil and gas prices. So I don't have a crystal ball. I have no idea what the next few weeks is going to look like. But if there's de-escalation, that would obviously be very, very good for impacting what you pay at the pump.
And for people who do plan on traveling over the next few weeks, I mean, as we know, summer travel, especially in Wisconsin, everyone's going up north to their cabin or things like that. Yep. Is there a way, or do you have advice on how to plan for if these prices do continue to go up?
I mean, if I could tell you what prices would be in 2 weeks, that would be terrific. Generally right now, I would anticipate more upward pressure than downward pressure. Like I said, over the weekend, maybe a few cents of rolling back. Prices may fall moderately over the weekend, a couple cents. But we could quickly see prices going back up next week. So, it's summer. Nobody wants to cancel their weekend plans over gas that's, 10 cents higher than it was a week ago. See, there you go. There is diesel on the sign. I just kind of assumed that it was ultimate. And that's why diesel is more impactful. So if you're towing an RV, unfortunately, diesel is much more expensive. But your driving habits play a big role in how many miles you get out of that tank of gasoline or diesel. And the gentler on the accelerator you can be, if you set your cruise for 60 instead of 70, you're probably going to get 10 to 20% more miles out of that tank of fuel. So how you drive has a big impact. And of course, Gas Buddy can help you find lower price fuel, whether it's diesel or gasoline. Always check comparison apps before you need to fill up. Don't just pull into, any given gas station. When I head into Wisconsin, I'm always curious if it's the stations that are right in Pleasant Prairie or Lake Geneva. You're never sure where you're going to find those low prices. So apps like Gas Buddy help you find them.
Yeah, I can attest to that too, because I always check it because usually gas prices are better. Our station's out in Brown Deer. I live downtown Milwaukee. Made the mistake though this morning, turned the ignition. I had like 5 miles to empty. I'm like, no, I have to fill up downtown. But plan ahead. That's good advice. And also Gas Buddy is super helpful as well. Patrick, thanks so much for joining us here on the live desk. Hoping those prices go down. Next time we play our game, it'll be lower. So fingers crossed.
Let's hope so. Have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend. Thanks so much. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. One thing that we do have right now that we just got up, I got word from our producer and also in our newsroom, is that this is a live look in Madison right now where we are expected to get that press conference in just any moment now from Corey Ruiz, the family of Corey Ruiz, rather, who's the victim in that shooting a couple days ago with a Madison police officer. We saw the altercation and that video circulating online. We heard from law enforcement yesterday, and we did get the identification of that victim. Again, we are expected to hear from his family for the first time. I'm going to leave this shot up momentarily here, but we are expected to get those remarks in just a few minutes. Again, for those of you who just might be joining us, we are expected to hear from the family of Corey Ruiz. That was the victim in that shooting with Madison police officers a couple days ago. Ben Crump, their lawyer, will be joining them as well as they speak to the public for the first time since learning about their son's death. So we are expected to hear from them as well as their attorney now as this investigation continues. So we know that demonstrators for the past 2 nights now in Madison have marched following the shooting of Corey Ruiz. We heard from the police chief, John Patterson, saying that the fatal shooting is being investigated as a homicide. Now, Ruiz's family hired Benjamin Crump, as we were saying, who called for an examination for excessive force. So now the chief says that investigation is still very active right now. Large crowds gathering once again yesterday to remember Ruiz. Now, he has been identified and was yesterday when we got that news. So this all started a couple days ago in the afternoon when officers said they were responding to calls for a man checking parked cars. When they confronted him, they said he had a knife and injured an officer. Police then say a taser was used, but it did not work.
We were told that the officer who was injured did open fire, and that ended up shooting and killing Corey Ruiz, who is the victim. Madison police say that 4 officers were involved and were placed on administrative leave, which is standard, as state officials now investigate this shooting. We did see some of that press conference. We brought it to you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk yesterday, but things escalated pretty quickly. We saw protesters interrupt Madison Police Chief John Patterson there. They went on for about 15 minutes before the police chief stepped in and was able to come back to the stand and finish his update on the investigation. But we did not hear much, honestly, of an update there, but we did get the identity of the victim. Working on getting you a photo right now here so we can bring it to you as you can hear me typing. But yes, right now we're expecting to hear any moment now. This was slated to begin at 2:30. So again, we are expected to hear from the victim's family of Corey Ruiz, who has been identified as the victim in the shooting, as well as Benjamin Crump, their hired attorney. All right, just going to give you some more background here as I work on getting you this photo of the victim, Corey Ruiz. We know that several lawmakers went ahead and identified him, and then we got an official identification from an alderwoman out in Madison yesterday during that press conference. So I'm working on getting you that image right now. We know Corey Ruiz was in his 30s and was the victim that has been identified. Here's that photo right here that we got. We know that several demonstrations have taken place since this shooting happened. We've seen shots of protesters out in Madison in that area. This happened in the Marquette neighborhood. So just to give some background right here, so the Ruiz family has put out a statement along with Benjamin Crump saying this case has to be examined for excessive force. The family has hired prominent civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump. He has represented the families of Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery, who were also killed by the police. Madison police do not wear body cameras after prior efforts to fund the program that were shut down. Madison's mayor says she will include them in her next budget. So definitely been a big topic of conversation here, as after this shooting took place, a conversation among lawmakers and also among demonstrators on the streets. We know our Sam Kramer went to Madison yesterday to cover this, where it was another night of demonstrations. We know that during the day in Madison's Marquette neighborhood, we've seen more peaceful protests or more chill scene there, where the streets still blocked off. We even checked in with a reporter from our sister station out in Madison, Tabitha Bland, who was showing us yesterday afternoon what the scene kind of looked like, and people were drawing with chalk on the streets. They were sharing memories. There was a vigil that happened later in the evening. We saw prominent figures there, including some people who were running for Wisconsin governor. We saw photos of Francesca Hong. She was holding a candle during the vigil, and we've had several gubernatorial candidates for Wisconsin speak out about this, including Governor Tony Evers, who is the current governor, of course. So as we wait right now, we are expected to hear from the family of the victim, Corey Ruiz,
and Benjamin Crump, who is the attorney that they have hired. We do know that the streets where the shooting took place have remained closed on the third day now after the deadly shooting that happened. So we do know, again, the victim, Corey Ruiz, who was identified yesterday. We brought that to you first here on Fox Local, as well as his photo, which I'm going to bring up once again right here as we wait for this news conference to get underway. That is Corey Ruiz. We are expected to hear from his family for the first time in any moment, as well as the attorney hired by his family, Benjamin Crump, who we know has covered a multitude of cases here, including representing Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery as well. So we are expected to hear from them in just a few minutes now. For those of you who are just joining us, I'm going to run through some of the background if you might be hearing of this for the first time. So we did speak with Jasmine Brown, just kind of talking about who Corey Ruiz was. Jasmine Brown runs the nonprofit that organized a vigil that took place yesterday. She said she was the one who identified Ruiz first to us and said that they were friends. Again, I said several lawmakers, including Greta Neubauer and Sheila Stubbs, have also identified Ruiz first. The Madison Police Department originally did not, but Police Chief John Patterson had said he was a man who was shot in his 30s. We did learn more information during that press conference yesterday, but it was interrupted. So protesters went on for about 15 minutes. We brought it to you here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, where things escalated pretty quickly there, and members of law enforcement just let protesters go on for a very long time. Eventually, Madison Police Chief John Patterson was able to finish out that press conference, followed by several demonstrations downtown and a vigil for the victim, Corey Ruiz. As we continue to wait for this press conference to get underway, this is a live look right now at the area right now. We are expected to hear from Benjamin Crump, who is the attorney hired by the Ruiz family, as well as his family members. This is affecting a lot of things that were supposed to be scheduled in the city of Madison. We know that the Madison Public Market delayed its opening due to the shooting. So, and again, streets still blocked off in that Marquette neighborhood for the third day now after this shooting took place. Looks like this press conference is just about to get underway. For those of you just tuning in, we are expected to hear from the victim's family in that fatal shooting with Madison police officers that took place just a few days ago, as well as Benjamin Crump, the attorney hired by the Ruiz family here.
Justice for Corey Ruiz! 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 Justice for Corey Ruiz!
Justice for Corey. Good afternoon. First, give honor to God, who is the center of my life. I am Wisconsin State Representative Sheila Stubbs, and I represent the beautiful 78th Assembly District, which includes portions of the south and east parts of Madison, the city of Monona, a portion of the village of McFarland, and the town of Blooming Grove. I was elected in 2018 to the state capitol. I stand here today with the family of Corey, a member of our Madison community who was fatally shot by a Madison police officer this past Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026. To the family of Corey, please accept my deepest condolences for your tragic loss. My heart and my prayers are with you in this unimaginable, difficult time for your family and everyone who knew and loved Corey. I ask that all of you continue to keep this family in your prayers, keep them lifted up during a time in our community where we are all hurting deeply. To Attorney Ben Crump, I want to officially welcome you to Madison, Wisconsin, and to our state capitol. It is unfortunate that you had to travel to our state and had to do this under such disturbing, troubling circumstances. In 2015, after Tony Robinson was shot and killed by a Madison police officer, I marched alongside with our community and advocated for the creation of a criminal justice work group where community voices worked alongside with local elected officials, and we developed workable solutions to racial disparities in the criminal justice system across Dane County. In 2021, after Mr. George Floyd was killed and Mr. Jacob Blake was shot in Kenosha, Wisconsin, during a very difficult time in our country, we created the Speaker's Task Force on Racial Disparities, where I was appointed as a co-chair. We led and developed 18 bills that intended to bring accountability to our criminal justice system and to improve the relationships between law enforcement and communities of color. We especially focus on excessive use of force and work to create the first uniform definition of use of force for the state of Wisconsin, and I led that work. 9 of those bills are now law, but work still has to be done with our communities, and we must continue to seek justice because justice is needed right now. Please allow me to introduce Attorney Ben Crump. Welcome, Attorney Crump.
Thank you so
God
much.
bless you.
God bless you. Justice for Corey. 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 Thank you so much, Representative Sheila Stubbs. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, and along with Attorney Steve Hart, Attorney B. Ivy Lamar, Attorney Jay Castlebeyer, and a great team of investigators and paralegals, we have the honor of representing the family of Corey Ruiz. I am flanked by his family members, in particular, to my left, his beginning with his mother, Elsa, and to my right, with his future, his daughter, Kalia. His family members are here, his sister, Veronica Ruiz, his sister, Anna Ruiz, his brother, Adam Ruiz, as we said, his mother, Elsa Ruiz, and his daughter, Kalia Ali Omar. Also, her mother, Marjorie, is present with us. You will hear from all of them talking about her father, Corey, and how special he was to them, and her in particular. You will hear about he was a son, a brother, and a father. Now, there are going to be people who try to assassinate every part of his character. They will try to say that he's not worthy of your humanity. He's not worthy of your consideration. He's not worthy of your sympathy. where I am here in Madison, Wisconsin, because we saw an execution and it shocked our conscience. It shocked the conscience of people all over Madison who saw the humanity in their friend, their brother, Corey. People all over Wisconsin were shocked when they saw the execution of Corey Ruiz. People all over America are shocked when they see the execution of Corey Ruiz, because they understand when they see that video that it was so unnecessary to execute him. It was unnecessary, unjustified, and unconstitutional how they executed Corey Ruiz. Thank God there was video. Marge, if there wasn't video, we can only imagine what the narrative would have been. That's right. Thank God there was video, Representative Stubbs. Yes, sir. Thank God. You know, his sister Veronica and us were talking. She recalls seeing the police chief making comments saying that he was stopped because we believe that he might have been looking into cars or checking to see if car doors were locked. I mean, he was executed based on speculation. They said that was why they was chasing him. Talking to our legal team, it is troubling that we understand the policy is you don't do high-speed chases of cars over property crime. Well, this was a suspicion of a property crime. There was no property crime. And Veronica, you're right. They had a high-speed chase of your brother on a bicycle over a suspicion of a property crime. And then when they caused the collision, with Corey, they not only tackled him, not only tased him, not only kicked him, but then you saw they shot him 3 times in his head and other parts of his body. That is an execution. That's why people are so shocked. That's why it's so emotional. I mean, they were the judge, the jury, and the executioner. That's why people are shocked. This is very emotional. I know to many, this is just a case, just a hashtag. But to his family, he was theirs. He may not have been perfect, but he was theirs. He may have had challenges with mental health that was diagnosed. He may have had substance abuse issues. He may not have been perfect, but he was her son. He was her brother. He was her daddy. And you didn't have a right to execute him like you did. You didn't have a right to execute him in cold blood and broad daylight. When there were multiple officers, they already had him detained. He was down. He wasn't going to get anywhere. You had him. Why did you have to do that to him? And so, we believe anytime you have excessive deadly use of force, there should be accountability. And I know they're going to come up with every excuse in the book to try to justify this unjustifiable use of deadly force. Not one, not two, but 3 shots. I mean, it was just shocking. It was shocking on every level. Did you all see his fellow police officers? I mean, the policewoman, she held her forehead in shock. The person who was beside him touched his face in shock. That's body language. You don't have to say anything. They were shocked that he shot him 3 times. As Attorney Lamar and Attorney Hardin, we all know, every time you pull that trigger, you have to justify that use of deadly force. And they were shocked. You have to justify that use, that it was a life-threatening, deadly force situation. But there's a problem. There's a problem, and they're trying to justify it. Because if they all went to the same training and they all followed the same policy, that you engage in deadly force in a critical life or death situation, then why is it everybody wasn't shooting? Why was it was just him shooting? You know, she said taser, taser. They felt that they could use least intrusive use of force. But this one officer shot once, twice, 3 times. That's right. And we're struggling. We looking at this video. We're trying to see Veronica. We're trying to see Adam. Where's the cut? I mean, they didn't act like they were injured. You watch the video. Your body language speaks so loud that we don't need to hear your words when you get together to get the story the right way, to try to justify the use of excessive deadly force. I mean, you all look at the knife. We you know, it didn't seem to show blood on the knife. We based on what we saw in the photographs.
Yep.
I mean, this, y'all, was an execution. Madison, the whole world is watching. And until you do right by this baby and this family, that's right, the blood is on the hands of Madison, Wisconsin, for the life of Corey Ruiz. And we're going to continue to fight to get justice for Corey. 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 And before you hear from Attorney Lamar and the rest of the family, we collectively, the family of Corey Ruiz, as well as all of my legal team who is representing the family, we want to thank the activists. We want to thank the community leaders for standing up with Corey's family, for protesting at the city hall, the city government, saying that until we get accountability and justice for Corey, we're not going to stop standing up for Corey. If it takes every day, we're going to make sure there is no peace. As long as his daughter and his mama can't sleep in peace, then there will be no peace and business as usual in Madison, Wisconsin. Because they need to answer those questions. I understand from Representative Stubbs that in 2015, Tony Robinson, they had a similar tragic police excessive use of force, and that they pass all matters of laws and policies that were supposed to prevent something like this from happening, where you would have de-escalation. And I appreciate all the activists and social media influencers for going hard for Corey. And I saw the comparisons. 80 miles from here, they said there was a young white man who was attacking the police, who was running, hitting, and they de-escalated and they took him alive. But yet, you got 4 police officers out there and they can't take him alive. They have to execute him. And thank God for all of those people who had their cell phones out. Yes. Y'all, let's keep recording. Yes. Let's keep recording. Because if it happened to Elsa's son, it can happen to your son or your daughter. So we all got to stand up and fight for justice for Corey. At this time, you're going to hear from a brilliant young civil rights lawyer who was born here in Wisconsin. And he didn't think it robbery to come home and fight with us for his homeboy, his native son, Corey Ruiz, who was born here in Madison, Wisconsin. And I'm so proud to have Attorney Biavri Lamar on our team fighting for Corey. Y'all please welcome Attorney Biavri Lamar.
Thank you, Attorney Lamar. And I want to just take this moment to thank Attorney Crump for all the work that he's done, not only here in Wisconsin, but all across this country. Let's give Attorney Ben Crump a hand for all that he's done. Attorney Crump often says, many occasions, that there's 2 justice systems in this country. There's one for black and brown people, and then there's one for everyone else. And what we're here today for is because we expect accountability. And when we talk about accountability, that should be the expectation, not the exception. So what we're here for now is justice. We want the same justice for Corey Ruiz that anybody else would expect under these circumstances. When we think about the law here in Wisconsin, it's the same here as we look at federal law as it is in any other state in our country. Excessive force in Wisconsin is the same excessive force that we would see anywhere else. And that's what we all saw as a country a couple of days ago. And when we think about de-escalation, and Attorney Crump kind of talked about that a little bit, when we all saw that video, did we see any de-escalation? No. Did we see anyone trying to calm the situation from a bicyclist? No. This is not anybody that had a weapon that was threatening somebody, and it's legal to have a knife on this person. He didn't threaten anybody. He didn't make any advances toward the officers. What this country saw was police brutality. There's no other words to put it. What we saw was excessive force that was completely unprovoked, unnecessary, and uncalled for. This family deserves justice, and that's what we are going to continue to fight for. This legal team, we will do everything in our power to raise every legal issue to make sure that this family gets justice. But the question that we must also ask is, why are we keep coming before this community with the same issues time after time after time? Almost every year, Attorney Crump has come to the state of Wisconsin to address what has become a national issue. Because what starts off local is something that our country is completely shocked, like he mentioned, shocks the conscience and is completely appalled at what we saw. And one of the things that I thought about when we looked at what took place is we have to now depend on the public to investigate police misconduct. We are in a major metropolitan city in the state of Wisconsin, and Madison is one of the few cities that still does not have police body cams.
Thank you.
In 2026, solving a police shooting should not be a mystery. We should not have to use community investigating to be able to solve an issue. As we see here in the case that is currently pending with Nolan Wells, that Attorney Crump has, and the whole country is now depending on the public to now share information. We now have to almost depend on the same public to be able to solve issues here in the city of Madison and on a police shooting, and that is not necessary. We are in the state's capital. We have all the funds and resources for police body cams, and Madison is not an exception. So there's so many issues here, and as I talked about and I started, accountability needs to be the expectation and not the exception, and we will do everything in our power to get this for the Ruiz family. We again thank all the protesters. We thank you for all that you do, all the advocates. We want to make sure that everything remains peaceful, but we will always seek justice for Corey Ruiz.
Justice for Corey! Justice for Corey! Justice for Corey! Now you will hear from the mother of, we're going to hear from the mother of Corey Ruiz, Miss Elsa Ruiz.
Hi, my name is Elsa Ruiz. My son was Corey Ruiz. My son was an exceptional guy. He was my love. He loved his daughter. He loved his family. He did not deserve to be taken out like that. They took my baby from me. I never thought I would have to bury my baby before you buried me. And I would never.
Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey.
Justice for Corey.
No justice, no peace. Thank you. Y'all, this is extremely emotional. Extremely emotional. Thank you so much, Miss Elsa. Now you will hear from Corey's older sister, Miss Veronica Ruiz.
I just want to thank the community and everyone that is standing up to support my family and my brother as we fight for justice for his execution. There's already been so much negativity about him, and nobody even knows who he is. His criminal record tells a tale of trauma, of pain, of struggle. It does not define who my brother was. And for him to be executed the way he was, based on, in conclusion, based on speculation, I don't understand. I need somebody to help me understand why they felt it was okay to execute my brother.
It wasn't. No, it was not.
Based on no facts at all. Why is it the police's decision to decide that he gets to pay a alleged debt to society with his life? I hope everyone continues to support and come together and help us find justice for him. Some kind of peace for us, knowing that this murderer is not able to do this to somebody else. I'm sorry, I can't even think right now.
Take your time. She drove all the way from Austin, Texas, the moment she got word her brother had been killed. Drove through the night to be here for her family.
Everybody that that feels like this was justified, I need you to check in with your higher power because you got some more stuff coming. Amen.
Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Thank you so much. No justice, no peace. Next, we will hear from his sister, Anna, who's been trying to explain to her two little boys where Uncle Corey is.
My brother was a very loving, caring, talented, very smart, gifted man. And he definitely didn't deserve to die the way that he did. He didn't deserve that at all. He was already struggling. He was already going through enough. And to just be thrown away like that is just, I can't understand it. So, I don't know what else to say.
Okay, that's fine. Justice for Corey.
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 No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Adam Ruiz, his brother, his little brother, and he has his son, Adam Jr., with him. And they're all trying to deal with these questions over this tragedy.
I just want to start by saying what happened to my brother involving the Madison police was sickening and inhuman, and should have never resulted in the tragic execution of my brother. My heart is broken. My family and I will never be the same. I'm having a hard time processing it. It makes me sick every time. The video just keeps replaying in my head. It's hard to go day by day knowing that my brother is dead. My family needs justice for what they did to him. He was a very important and loved man by his family, friends, and plenty more in the community. Any chance he had to do good, and be there for his daughter, he did. And he always talked about, I should say, he always loved music, and he always talked about making more music. He loved construction, mostly roofing, and he wanted to spend more time with his daughter. He always was a kind-hearted, respectful man that made people laugh. He may have made mistakes in his life and growing up, but who doesn't? That didn't stop the man he was or wanted to be until the tragic day when the police executed him. They didn't just take my brother, they took a son, a friend, an uncle, and if his daughter decides to have a family of her own, a grandpa as well. Nobody should lose their life in the hands of the police.
That's right.
I believe the system is corrupted. And us as the people, we need to stand up and come together to put a stop to this madness. They need body cameras to stop future incidents.
Amen. Amen.
To stop future incidents from happening, I believe it will be done, as well as receiving justice for my brother, for his life. No justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. We love you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adam. Now at this time we will hear from Marjorie Ali Omar, the mother of Khalil, who is Corey's only daughter, only child. And then after that, you will hear from his daughter. So Marjorie, if you could share.
Please excuse me if I ramble all over the place. I'm very nervous. I've been a part of this family for a very long time, since I was a little girl. And since I had my daughter, they have been my biggest support system. If he couldn't support her, they were there. So I really appreciate even having the opportunity to come up here and speak on his behalf. I'm going to piggyback on Adam a little bit and say, yes, that man was very talented. He was a lyricist, he was a poet, he was an artist. He was very kind, and he was extremely funny. I'm definitely going to miss the jokes, the laughs, the reminiscing, and all these things that his daughter will never be able to see or know about him because they didn't get a chance to grow old together. What I really want to talk about is the location of his death. This place is 2 blocks up the street from our home, 2 blocks away from her school. Every day she has to walk to school when she starts school, and she will have to walk past her dad's memorial, where he was murdered by people we're supposed to trust and depend on, that we're supposed to call. How are we supposed to trust to call you if we think we're going to get executed in the process? Because you might believe that we have done something wrong. Not that you know, but you might believe. That's not fair. It's not fair to her to have to see or deal with this.
Every day.
Sorry. When I got the call, I had already seen the video. But the angle that I had seen, I couldn't tell who it was until his sister called me screaming. Devastated me. And I couldn't get to her because she was in Texas. If anybody is my support system, is her. So not getting to her was the worst thing I ever felt. So I don't even know how they feel. I just know I need to protect my daughter, and I need people to stop looking into what happened, what his past was, what any of that. Look at what happened. There's too many videos. There's too much evidence to say anything otherwise. Both of his hands were restrained. How was he attacking anybody? He was on his knees. This makes no sense. That's really what I want to say. I hate that she has to walk past this every day. And I hate that she can't see him grow old. I hate that he will never see her graduate. She can't even graduate 8th grade with her dad there. No girl, nobody, no kid should grow up without their father. She had enough time without him. She needed time with him. We were hopeful for a future. We were looking towards a future. And we'll never get that. His family won't get it. His daughter won't get it. I won't get it. I love them. I love him. He loved me. He loved everybody. He was not a violent person. He made mistakes, but he was never violent, no matter what anybody is saying. He was not a violent person. Justice for Corey.
Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey.
No justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace. Take your time. I maybe speak loud if you can.
I am Corey Ruiz's daughter. Put yourself in my perspective. Imagine waking up thinking it's going to be a normal day. My day started, I looked at the time, and I had one on my phone. And then I had called my cousin. We were just talking for a little bit, then my mom called me. She called me saying that she wished she told me something that was in when she was at the house. And I was so confused. I was like, what is she talking about? And she said that my dad has been shot. My heart was so broken, I don't even know how to put it in words. Then I asked, because, sometimes if you get shot, you might live off of that. When she told me he had been shot and dead and killed, I started crying. I didn't even know what to say. I didn't know what to do. My heart was just so broken, and it just hurt so much knowing I can't see my father anymore. People, whoever is saying, oh, but he was a criminal. So what? He had a family. He had me. The last time I talked to him, it was for a short period of time, and I wish it'd been longer. I wish I could see him one more time. I wish he could tell me how much he loves me one more time. He tried to do his best for me and his family. I wish he was still here, so I would never, in a million years, think that I would see my father on a shirt, a pin, a necklace, on social media saying he was shot and killed by a police officer.
My Lord.
How can I call you knowing you shot my father? How are you gonna have 4 policemen on one black man? On top of that, how are you gonna be scared of us if you're supposed to save us and you kill us? It makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. I just wish it had been a different way. I just wish, like, what if the police never been called? What if they just let him go? What if they de-escalated the situation? You can't sugarcoat it. You can't put a Band-Aid on it. Everybody knows there's so many protests yesterday, so many posts from different parts of Wisconsin that I know of. Yesterday, when we were at, I don't know what it's called, but when we were seeing, when we were at the visual, my friend kept texting me saying, "Are you okay? Please talk to me. I want to know if you're safe." I called my cousin back. She said, "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" So put yourself in my shoes. What would you do knowing you just turned 13 last month and that you're about to go into a whole new level of school, knowing that your dad is dead? Now, when I grow up, if I ever have kids, how do I tell them? Your grandpa, when I was young, how do I tell them that he has been shot and killed by somebody we need protection for? How do I tell my little brother in the future why I don't see my dad that much anymore? Because he's dead. It makes no sense.
No sense.
I just wish I'd seen him one last time. I hear his voice one last time. No one deserves this, especially not if he's a man of color.
Justice for Corey. 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 Justice for Corey.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
No racist police.
No racist police.
Man, can we just acknowledge Khalil again? She spoke to so many. My Lord, my Lord, my Lord. She spoke for so many in our community who are struggling. I mean, out the mouths of babes, as the Bible say. At this time, we'll take some of your questions if you have any. Yes, sir.
Khalil, I'm sorry for your loss. I know your mom described you and your father's relationship, or described you two as being twins, like twins. Can you talk a little bit more about your favorite memory of him, your experience with him? Why do people call you twins?
Well, she always used to call me her twin, his twin. She used to tell me that every day, every time she saw me. "Oh my gosh, you look just like your dad." And my family would tell me, "You look just like your father." If you see pictures of him, they say you look exactly like twins.
She don't look like me.
So,
Karina.
So, it was our relationship. I wish it would have been more than it was. But for the most part, yeah, that is my twin. Regardless, dead or not, that's my twin forever.
Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey.
Justice for Corey.
Could you spell your name for us while you're up there?
K-A-H''Liyah. Kalia.
Justice for Kalia. Justice for Kalia. Yes.
It seems like the police justification is probably going to be on this night that you've mentioned several times. Could you tell us what kind of night it was and where it was when the incident took place?
You know, we're looking at the video. We don't see when the incident took place when he was cut. I mean, y'all looked at the video like we looking at it. Obviously, we're retaining experts to break it down frame by frame, but it's, I mean, we looking hard to see where this alleged cut happened at. And as I said,
I haven't seen a video yet where the officer cut.
yeah. And two things. Number one, you look at the body language afterwards, you don't see anybody tending to any injuries or anything. So, you know, we gotta all look at this video carefully. I think the mayor said it best, no citizen should end up dead from an encounter with a police officer. And that's very important. But the second thing, and this is what the community leaders and the activists, Kalia, so many of their family members, that's why you got to have body cam video like Attorney Lamar said. I mean, how in 2026 you don't have body cam video? If we had body cam video and if they were cut, we would see it clearly.
Civilian oversight now.
Amen. Yes, ma'am.
Are you concerned about the independence of the DOJ's investigation, given there are things the agency can change about its homicide investigation process because it's an officer-involved shooting?
We're very concerned. We want there to be a fair and impartial and transparent investigation.
Not biased.
Yeah, not biased because we can see the video. Thank God. Again, I want to just thank those citizens for recording those videos because, I mean, where would we be if there were not videos? Yes, sir.
Mr. Crump, question for you and for the family. I'm sorry for the pain you're going through. What does specifically accountability and justice look like?
Yeah, you know, I get asked that question often, especially when we're fighting for black lives and so forth. And what I say very simply to anybody who asks that, if this was your brother, if this was your father, if this was your son, what would justice look like to you? Well, that's exactly what we want. The same justice, equal justice, nothing more, nothing less. Madison, Wisconsin, the world is watching to see if Corey Ruiz can get justice in 2026. Justice means accountability. It means the district attorney charging the police if they see that it was a crime committed on that video. It is allowing that they get full justice, not partial justice, not half justice, not 3/5 justice. That there is civil justice and there's criminal justice, and then we want legislative changes to make sure. To make sure no other 13-year-old little girl has to come and articulate how her heart is broken because the police killed her father. And it's very personal to many of us. I have a 13-year-old daughter, and for black parents, you know, it's always our worst nightmare that we might get killed by the very people who are supposed to protect and serve us when de-escalation was supposed to be the course of the day. Instead of doing the least, he seemed to have done the most. And that's why you see the shock on the policewoman's face. That's why you see the shock on the other person's face. I mean, they are literally shocked. You don't have to take Ben Crump's word for this. Go look at that video. They are shocked that this guy shot them. I mean, he could have put other. I suspect when you really look at it, he put the officers in more danger than Corey Ruiz ever put them in that day. I mean, he fired right close to them. And so that's what justice looks like, full justice, not partial justice. And hopefully it's justice for Corey's family, but it's justice for the community, because when you have people held accountable, police officers think twice before they shoot. We don't want them to protect and serve everybody else and then police us. The same kind of way they de-escalate when it's in other communities and other members of the community. We want them to think and pause before they shoot. We don't want them to shoot first and then start asking questions later. And that do seem to be the scenario in this video when you look at it. They ask questions later. So I got a little emotional. I hope we answered your question. We'll take a few more questions. Yes.
You raised the prospect of charges. From what you've seen so far, do you believe this officer should be charged with a crime?
The way he shot him repeatedly? Yes. Yes. You know, it's always troubling to us. Yeah, it's always troubling to us how you can have young men who are white be mass murderers. I mean, mass shootings. And they can always take them alive. Always take them alive. But yet, as Veronica said, her brother, the police chief said, we believe he was trying to open car doors and looking in car windows. They didn't even know if that was him. They thought that's what it was.
If he was white, he wasn't alive.
That part.
If he was white, he was
We don't have the autopsy results. No, sir. We know he was shot. We believe 3 times. People thought maybe more, but based on what we saw there, and so we're waiting for official results. We're waiting for reports. We want transparency. If the mayor and the chief want to build trust in the community, we got to do something about these body cameras, the absence of them, because it really is about transparency plus accountability, and that's how you equal trust. And in the community right now, I think the reason you see so many protests, they don't have the trust that we get equal justice when the police brutalize us. Representative Stubbs, talked about Tony Robinson and how the community still is reeling from that experience, and that's been 11 years. And now it's like that wound hadn't completely healed, and that's been ripped back open. So we're going to need real leadership in Madison to address this and heal the community. We'll take one more question.
I have a question. Are we going to make sure that from this, we're in the state capitol currently, the legislation that can happen from our legislators in this building to hold officers accountable? Right now, the law is that when there is a police shooting, excessive use of force, that results in a death by officer, the officer who is put on administrative leave gets to keep their administrative leave with pay. So are we going to hold our legislators accountable to change that legislation, because taxpayer dollars are going to people who kill other people?
And we don't support killers. We don't support killers.
My question is to the legislators in the room. Can we make legislation to hold the officers accountable by making sure when they're placed on administrative leave that they do not get paid?
No, and so that's a great question. Let us meet with the legislators and press that issue, because let's make sure we have some policies and some laws passed in Corey Ruiz's name. That would be one of the greatest justice we can do. Thank you all. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey.
All right, press conference just wrapping up here. Very emotional, been going on for about a half hour now, just hearing from several members of Ruiz's family, including his daughter. We heard emotional, her reaction or her recall of what happened that afternoon and how she found out, as well as other members of his family, his brother, his sister, and then, of course, his attorney, Ben Crump. This is a statement kind of echoing what we just heard there in the press conference, saying, quote, "The video gives us a clear picture of what happened. Corey Ruiz was tased, taken to the ground, and then he was shot multiple times at a close range, including in his face. This case has to be examined for excessive force. It happened in broad daylight in front of dozens of witnesses. The family deserves the truth, and the public deserves accountability." And this was a big topic as they were speaking to the media today, and as Attorney Crump was speaking to the media, talking about those body cameras and saying how essential it is that officers have these. And we do know that Madison police officers do not have body cameras. We know that the mayor in Madison said that body cameras are in the budget for next year, but those officers that were involved in that shooting a few days ago were not wearing them. So the attorney and several other members of law enforcement relying heavily on that video that we've seen circulating on social media. We've brought it to you here on Fox 6, but have freezed it after the shots are fired, rather, because it is graphic and, of course, disturbing to watch for many people. But we heard from Attorney Ben Crump. We know that he's represented families across the country on civil cases seeking financial compensation for things like personal injury and civil rights violations. He's represented Breonna Taylor and George Floyd as well. So very prominent civil rights attorney hired by the Ruiz family. And we heard from several members of his family. His mother also went up to the podium but could barely finish because she got so emotional. Definitely an emotional time for the Ruiz family. Of course, we do know from law enforcement that they say during the shooting that Corey Ruiz was armed with a knife. And of course, there's still a lot of questions surrounding the escalation of that shooting and what took place. But again, just to kind of recap what we do know about this shooting. We know that it happened a couple days ago now. So this happened on Wednesday afternoon. We know that police originally responded to calls about a man stealing bikes. And we know that once they got there, an exchange took place. 4 officers were involved there, and then led up to an officer firing those 3 shots. And of course, resulting in the death of Corey Ruiz. Now, again, there's still plenty of details to be worked out, but because officers weren't wearing that body camera video, a lot of people were questioning how we are going to get those answers and that transparency. Again, police tell us that he was armed with a knife, leading to that escalation of the shots being fired. But of course, the family of Ruiz and also the attorney here saying that this case needs to be examined for excessive force. So if you want to watch that, or maybe you missed some of it, it did air on our secondary stream on YouTube. We will have the entire press conference posted there. But again, hearing from attorney Ben Crump as well as the Ruiz family for the first time since that shooting did take place a few days ago. I'm going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, but we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Thanks for being with us here on your Friday afternoon. A lot has unfolded in Madison in just the last hour here. We just heard from attorney Ben Crump as well as the family of Corey Ruiz for the first time following that fatal shooting involving Madison police officers back on Wednesday. I want to give you the statement from attorney Ben Crump. He's a prominent civil rights attorney who has represented a number of cases across the country, including the families of Tyree Nichols, George Floyd, and Breonna Taylor. In this case, though, specifically, this is a quote from Attorney Crump saying, "The video gives us a clear picture of what happened. Corey Ruiz was tased, taken to the ground, and then he was shot multiple times at close range, including in his face. This case has to be examined for excessive force. It happened in broad daylight in front of dozens of witnesses. The family deserves the truth, and the public deserves accountability." Now, the video that Attorney Ben Crump is referencing is one that we have seen on social media and brought to you here on our newscast on Fox 6. Of course, we did freeze it as the shots were being fired because the video is very graphic and disturbing for some people to watch. But this is just one of several cases that Crump has represented in civil rights. He's known prominently for civil rights cases, including stuff like this, but just calling for that accountability. And also, one big part is that Madison police officers do not have body cameras. So that is not some footage that we can receive or that can be used as this investigation does continue. Here's a photo that we do have of the victim, Corey Ruiz. We did hear from his family members, including his mother, his siblings, and also his daughter. Very emotional statements from there calling for justice in this situation. What we do know, according to police, about what happened on Wednesday, that officers said they were responding to calls for a man checking parked cars. When they confronted him, they said he had a knife and injured an officer. Police said a taser was used, but it did not work. Fox 6 News, we were told that the officer who was injured did open fire, of course, resulting in the death of Corey Ruiz. Now, the conference that we just heard, very, very emotional. You could hear protesters in the background shouting justice for Corey, kind of echoing protests and demonstrations that we've seen over the past few days in Madison. This happened in the Marquette neighborhood and has since been somewhat of a vigil and a memorial for Corey Ruiz. We know that streets there are still blocked off now for the third day following that shooting. We do have our sister station in Madison covering this, and we will be bringing you the very latest here on Fox Local as well as on the Wisconsin, as well as our early and evening newscasts. Some other breaking news that we are following here now in Waukesha County. We know that Thomas Felser, who is the Milwaukee bus driver, sentenced. He was actually convicted of sexually assaulting preschool-aged children. He was just sentenced to 60 years in prison and 40 years extended supervision. Now, this follows a very emotional trial that we had back in May, where he was found guilty on 8 of 11 charges. He was found not guilty on 3 charges of sexual misconduct by a school staff member or volunteer. But we did hear victim and witness testimony that played a key role in the trial. It lasted 4 days, as well as video footage from the bus. We also heard from the parents of some of these victims here. So 60 years in prison is the sentence for Thomas Felser, again, convicted of sexually assaulting preschool-aged children. So 2 big stories that we are following here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Of course, we will bring you the very latest in Madison as things continue to develop in this investigation as well. Going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Whew, let's all take a breather here. It is Friday. Thanks for being with us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. For those of you who might be heading home for the weekend or have plans, let's take a look at your current traffic right now. Seeing some parts of 43 pretty clogged up, 41 pretty typical here on your Friday afternoon as people start to head home and get ready for the weekend. And if you are staying in Milwaukee this weekend, let's give you a live look right now from our Estabrook Park camera, seeing if we can catch any planes. Right now, the rehearsal is underway for the Milwaukee Air and Water Show that's taking place tomorrow and Sunday. So very exciting weekend, a highly anticipated event for the summer here in Milwaukee. Of course, we do know that the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds unfortunately won't be there this year, but just catching a glimpse of some of the rehearsal, it doesn't seem to be anything short of a great show. Super excited to go. It's really my first time, and hopefully we'll have some good weather to go along with it. I know we are expecting temperatures to jump back up as we head into next week, but of course, our fingers are staying crossed that we won't see any rain, especially as people are heading down to the lakefront this weekend. I want to bring in meteorologist Holly Baker. Holly, is it looking like rain this weekend, or are we still in the clear?
The weekend may start off nicer than what it'll end with. We could have a slight chance for an isolated shower late on Saturday, but then also too another round of some isolated showers, perhaps thunderstorms, some in which could be severe Sunday night into Monday. But yeah, the forecast overall, Maddie, I'll say this, is very inconsistent right now. You got one model showing one thing, another model showing something completely different. And then you got the timing of them all. They're all a different time. So this is something that we've got to watch closely and really kind of take it day by day. I know today is going to be nice starting the weekend off. That's why I'm outdoors. And then as we head into tomorrow's forecast, mostly sunny or partly sunny out there. So the day will be dry for the most part. But we could have some changes at least later on in the night, maybe a few showers. If the model reads out correctly that we could have some rain, then we could have some later on in the night for Saturday. Otherwise, though, if it doesn't happen at night on Saturday, we'll be gone the whole day without any rain. Then we try it again on Sunday and Monday. Our better chance for rain, though, is going to be late Sunday into Monday. Saturday is still going to be more of a toss-up. I'm hoping it doesn't rain on Saturday, so we at least get one of the weekend days to be completely dry. And then Sunday, okay, it can rain on that day. We do need rain, though, overall. We are seeing a lot of those drought conditions spread across southeast Wisconsin, so we do need the rain, guys. So let's not forget about that. We enjoy the sunshine. We've had the longest Happy Holly forecast that I can remember of living here. So yeah, we definitely could use it. I mean, today is nice. Get out and about today and enjoy yourself. Feels rather pleasant now. It is a little cooler compared to what we're going to see over the weekend and into next week. We're going to be back in the 90s, Maddie.
Yeah, I can't believe that, and it's crazy to see the temperatures just slowly creep back up this week as we head into the weekend. For people who might be headed out for the Air and Water Show, though, you were saying things should be good to go.
Yes, things should be good to go. Now, for tomorrow, if you're going to be headed out for anything, I would just keep the umbrella in the car. I mean, temperatures are going to be fine. I would just keep the umbrella in the car overall, because that is going to probably be, that's going to be a toss-up tomorrow with rain chances. Because what I show you today on our Sky Vision could be completely different tomorrow based on how the models are all reading something different. So this forecast this week was a little bit difficult because of the uncertainty with all of the models not really lining up. But I would say to be prepared. Nonetheless, have the rain gear handy just in case.
Always good to be prepared. If we say we don't get any rain, though, I know you had mentioned the drought conditions, and I feel like a lot of us has probably seen the grass in some areas. If we don't get any rain this weekend or heading early into next week, are we reaching like kind of concerning levels of a drought here in southeast Wisconsin?
That could be a possibility, considering that we're going to have warmer temperatures to return, so that heat is going to not make it better. It's going to continue to dry us out even more. We're already dry. I'm normally dry for a lot of areas, moderately dry for just a few spots. The next step from that is severely dry. So we didn't have any changes when we looked at the drought monitor yesterday compared to last week. So that's good that it didn't worsen. But another week without rain, yeah, it may not be the best ideal situation for us heading into next Thursday. So hopefully by next Thursday, we get some rain. I'm not wanting severe weather whatsoever,
but at least some rain. But we're going to need more than just 1 or 2 days of rain too, Maddie. We're going to need at least a consistent, maybe 4 days of rain where it's just soaking us. That way we can kind of make up for all the rain we didn't receive for the entire month of July. We're still on record the second driest July on record in general.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Hopefully we get that rain maybe like when we're all sleeping, and then we can wake up and it'll be sunshine and it'll all be good. But of course we know Southeast Wisconsin, and that probably will not happen. Might be wishful thinking here.
Yes, definitely wishful thinking, but I do think that's when I would rather it rain too, at nighttime, not when I'm like have stuff to do.
Right, especially not for the Air and Water Show. And I wanted to ask, are you planning on headed down to the lakefront this weekend? Are you in town?
I am in town. I don't know if I'm heading to the lakefront or not. I think it's just going to depend on how tired I am once I'm like
That's fair.
done. I have a lot of housework that I have to get to, but I am planning to at least be outside at some point, especially with it being nice. I don't know. I may go. I don't know.
Chances are where you are, you might just happen to see it anyways, even if you're not down at the lakefront. I remember last year I was like up like further north or whatever, and I was like seeing the planes up ahead. So can't really avoid it.
I don't think I've ever seen a water show, so I think that this will be a good experience. I'm always down to try something new or see something I've never seen, so I may actually end up down there. I'm going to look into the timing of it and if it correlates with my schedule. But yeah, I may get down there. It's going to be in the 90s. I've got to be outside at some point, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially before things do start to cool down. I feel like this was a teaser to what we're going to see in just a few months, but I don't even want to say that yet because don't want to think about fall. But yes, hopefully get out there, enjoy the sun. Holly, thanks for joining us. But yeah, taking a live look outside again, definitely a day to get outside and enjoy that sun. 75 degrees right now, but of course, Holly was saying we do need that rain eventually. I don't know if you guys have, I was even just on a walk yesterday along the lakefront near like Pebble Beach and stuff, and that grass looks like hay. Like it is giving hay. And we need this rain really bad. And as Holly was saying, like, of course, nobody really wants the rain to come, but honestly, I do feel like it is essential before we do reach those kind of concerning drought level conditions. So we are keeping an eye on that, and our weather experts are in the weather office, so definitely something we'll be tracking. You'll want to make sure you have the FOX6 Storm Center app to know when things start to pop in your area. Hopefully no storms, and hopefully we will be all good for the Air and Water Show coming up this weekend. Going to take a quick break here on the live desk. We'll be right back to wrap things up. Stay with us.
so glad you're with us here on your Friday afternoon to give you a live look downtown Milwaukee right now. Gorgeous shot of some of our amazing buildings in downtown Milwaukee, and of course the lakefront in the background, where right now practice and rehearsal is underway for the Milwaukee Air and Water Show that is happening this weekend. For those of you who plan on attending, I know Holly was saying she might be going when she checks her schedule, so I will give you some of the times that we have here. So we know that it starts at 10 a.m. is when the water show performances begin, including extreme ski and stunt acts. Noon, the national anthem and opening jump by the Remax parachute team. And then 12 to 4 is when the main air show featuring military and civilian demonstrations will be taking place. So super excited weekend lined up here in downtown Milwaukee, something you won't want to miss. Also, other things happening. We've got German Fest. I know I'll be trying to head down there as well to the festival grounds for that. So many exciting things, as well as the Brewers. They're at home playing against the Colorado Rockies in a 3-game series. We swept them in June, so something you might want to check out if you want to see a good game. So a lot happening here in Southeast Wisconsin this weekend if you do plan on being in Milwaukee. Thanks so much for joining me here on the Wisconsin Live Desk on this Friday. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. Thanks for being with us. I was about to say see you on Monday again, because I will. Guys, it's Friday. I need to go. But have a great weekend, and I'll see you back here soon.
Me to marry her.
And no, there's no truth to that.
He slapped her in the face. She hit her head on the door trying to get away.
We had some altercations, but there was no beatings.
Be smarter.
Good riddance to bad memories.
With stories that matter to you, this is Fox 6 News at 4.
Now at 4, Tony Romo arrested in Milwaukee. The charges the former NFL quarterback and Burlington star faces after he was pulled over by a Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputy. Plus,
they were the judge, the jury, and the executioner. That's why people are shocked.
As the investigation begins into the shooting death of a man who was shot and killed by Madison police, today's civil rights attorney Ben Crump and his family speak out.
It's our big story today at 4. The family of Corey Ruiz speaks up for the first time after he was killed Wednesday afternoon.
Police say Ruiz was shot after a struggle with 4 officers where they say he pulled a knife. Today, his family joined civil rights attorney Ben Crump to share their side of the story.
And I know they're going to come up with every excuse in the book to try to justify this unjustifiable use of deadly force. Not 1, not 2, but 3 shots. I mean, it was just shocking. It was shocking on every level. Did you all see his fellow police officers? I mean, the policewoman, she held her forehead and shot. The person who was beside him touched his face and shot. That's body language. You don't have to say anything. They were shot.
People, whoever is saying, oh, but he was a criminal. So what? He had a family. He had me.
My Lord.
The last time I talked to him, it was for a short period of time, and I wish it'd been longer. I wish I could see him one more time. I wish he could tell me how much he loves me one more time. He tried to do his best for me and his family.
Nobody should lose their life in the hands of the police.
That's right.
I believe that system is corrupted. And us as the people, we need to stand up and come together to put a stop to this madness. They need body cameras to stop future incidents.
Amen. Amen.
A lot of emotion at the state capitol today. Meanwhile, the investigation into Ruiz's death is in the early stages.
Our Bill Miston takes a look at how that investigation will move forward and how deaths involving police are tracked and what won't be part of this investigation. Bill.
You heard it right there. Body-worn cameras are used by police departments in the state's largest cities. But Madison, the second largest city in the state, doesn't use them. So that won't be part of any of the investigation. The shooting in Madison, though, has reignited the debate as to why the department does not have them, which is why bystander videos like we have seen in recent days and witness statements will be crucial to the investigation. That's going to be done by an outside agency as required by state law to investigate any death caused by a law enforcement officer. The State Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation is handling that investigation, and once that investigation is complete, the case will be sent to the Dane County District Attorney for a charging decision.
In this instance, because of the nature of the situation, which is an officer-involved shooting, traditionally, or at least the conventional kind of process, is to turn this over to the district attorney without recommendations. That's the usual protocol. In a civilian shooting, you don't see that. You're going to see a referral. Either there's going to be, we think there should be these charges, or we don't think there should be charges. There usually is a referral, but it's more common in officer-involved shootings that the investigating agency does not weigh in.
Now, coming up at 5, we're going to take a look at some of the numbers of use of force deaths by police involving people here in the state over the last few years, as well as hear from Attorney General Josh Kaul on the investigation. Kim?
Bill, we talk about body cameras. What about dash cam video? Does Madison have dash cams?
Yes, Madison does have dash cams, and those will likely be part of that investigation. But as we've seen in recent years, in the last 5 years, a lot more departments came on board with getting body-worn cameras on their officers on the streets. We know that Madison Police did have a pilot program in recent times, but that the city didn't move forward with that. There were some concerns about taking money from the independent police oversight committee and putting that towards body cameras, and the Common Council there rejected that. But no doubt, and we've heard it from some politicians in Madison since this happened just the other day, that this is going to be a top of mind thing for the city of Madison to try and move forward with.
Bill Miston reporting live from the newsroom. Thank you.
Former NFL quarterback and Burlington native Tony Romo was arrested in Milwaukee for OWI. Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputies stopped Romo, eventually arrested him last night. The OWI is his first offense. You're looking at his booking photo there. According to the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, Romo was stopped while driving on I-43 southbound on the high-rise bridge. Romo was booked and released. He is due in court in September. Romo currently works for CBS as an NFL game analyst.
The now former school bus driver convicted of sexually assaulting Pewaukee children will spend the rest of his life in prison. Waukesha County reporter Brett Lemoyne is live with reactions from parents and an emotional statement from the judge. Brett.
Yeah, that's right, Kim. And overall, this is a 100-year sentence. Thomas Felser, was sentenced to 60 years behind bars and 40 years extended supervision. Felser right now is 63 years old. So as you pointed out, that means he will be spending the rest of his life in prison. There were a number of family members of the victims, parents especially, who spoke during today's sentencing. They described the emotional toll that this case continues to have not only on the victims, but on their parents and siblings as well. One parent said her daughter continues to have nightmares and is in therapy. One mother spoke about how she held her trembling daughter in the middle of the night in tears, having to reassure her that her daughter was safe. Prosecutors say Felser sexually assaulted 4 girls while he was working as a school bus driver. The victims were all between the ages of 4 and 6 years old. The crimes occurred last year. At the conclusion of his trial in May, a jury found Felser guilty of 8 out of 11 counts. Felser did not speak today and showed little emotion. In delivering his sentence, Judge William Domina told Felser he betrayed the public's trust. The judge's voice trembled as he stated each of the victims' names.
Your case has tested my patience and my capacities. I have little compassion for you as a human being because you had little compassion for your victims in this case. In short, I see you as a predator.
Felser's defense attorney left the courtroom today and offered no comment. Prosecutors alluded to the fact that there could potentially be other victims in this case. Investigators were only able to obtain about 2 months worth of bus surveillance video from Felser's bus, which ultimately led to the convictions. Reporting live in Waukesha, Brett Lemoyne, Fox 6 News.
Brett, thank you for this update. An overnight fire damages an Amazon facility in Kenosha. Crews called to the fire around 2 this morning. All employees, 360 of them, were evacuated. The Kenosha Fire Department says the building has significant smoke and water damage. The cause and the origin of the fire are under investigation. I walked very slowly into work today because it is gorgeous.
Yeah. Perfect day. I was wondering why there's traffic on my way in right in that spot there, but the Brewers are already playing. They have a big night on tap with their Legends alumni game. So a lot of people going to be heading out. The roof is open. Holly Baker, the question is, how nice is the rest of Friday looking?
It's looking good. I am so thrilled. I'm going to be out here all night, guys. It is feeling so nice. Now, yesterday, I was like, oh, the wind is blowing, and it feels a little bit on the cooler side. Today, the wind is blowing, and it feels great. A happy Holly forecast for us, guys. And we look at our satellite and radar, and that's all you see is sunshine, sunshine, sunshine. And we're going to really keep that going as we head into the weekend. We do get a little bit of some changes that could be on the way, though, as we will be tracking a slight chance for rain on Saturday. And then again, we could track a better chance on Sunday night into Monday. We look at our temperatures here. Whoa. I know y'all looked there right with the same thing I looked at. 103 degrees in Bismarck. Oh my goodness. Well, guys, that's a sign that heat is coming our way. Maybe not 100 degrees, but we are going to be close to the 90s for our high temperatures. We look at our temperatures here closer to home. We're at 76 in Milwaukee, 81 in Minneapolis, closer to just southeast Wisconsin here. You're seeing some 80s out there, not many. 80 in Watertown, 81 in West Bend, and then 81 as well in Waukesha. Everybody else is in the mid to upper 70s. nice and comfortable for us to kick off the weekend. Looking at our evening planner, so as we head into about 7 o'clock, we keep the sunshine and clouds around. Temperatures gradually fall to the mid 70s, and we're going to keep wind coming from the south. We'll talk more, though, about the heat up that's going to be on the way over the weekend and next week. All coming up next. Back to you guys at the desk.
Holly, thanks. A quick look at traffic on this Friday. Good news, 94 westbound. You don't have a single delay. A little delay starts to pick up around the stadium. This is 94 eastbound. Other than that, enjoy your Friday. Ready for takeoff? Milwaukee's Air and Water Show starts tomorrow.
Today, though, as you probably heard or maybe even saw, was all about practice. Oh yeah, the sights and sounds of planes crisscrossing Milwaukee's lakefront today. Pilots get in some rehearsal before the big shows tomorrow and Sunday. Those shows start at 11 in the morning, go until 4. Organizers tell us more than 200,000 people are expected throughout the weekend for this event.
It's a sport with roots that go all the way back to the 13th century.
Wow. This one has been played in backyards for years after, but now its popularity is on the rise and will be on display in Milwaukee this weekend. Tim Van Voren grabs a mallet and goes beyond the game.
And there's so much going on across the city. What a weekend. We'll run down just some of the events and the festivals.
You're watching Fox 6 News with Sam Kramer and Kim Murphy.
Well, if you've ever seen those flat, well-manicured parcels of green grass at Milwaukee's Lake Park and wonder, what are they used for?
Not talking golf courses here. No, this is the story for you. Tim Van Voren goes beyond the game.
A bird's eye view provides a unique perspective on the sport of croquet.
First of all, it's a game for everyone. Doesn't matter your age, gender, ability.
Golf croquet in particular is a game that you can learn very quickly, get the basics of it, and then once you're hooked, you just stay at it.
Cheryl Bromley of Sheboygan is a member of the United States Croquet Association's Hall of Fame. Even as a world-class level player, she relishes the chance to educate.
So we have a starting corner that's back there by the yellow flag, and there's a circuit that you follow on the lawn. You want to think of your swing as a pendulum with a backswing and a follow-through and a tick-tock rhythm.
All right.
Okay? We're going to shoot through our feet, so this is another difference from backyard to regulation croquet. Try and have your feet running parallel with your mallet. There you are. Okay. That's the track, if you will, that you want it to, because any deviation, hips, shoulders, that's where your ball is going to go. Yeah. So the lawn that we play on, the court is actually the size of probably 2 tennis courts put together. The accuracy from long distance, sometimes it's just remarkable. Beautiful. Hoop shooting from long distance, all that. It's awesome.
How much clearance is there?
These now are set at 1/16 of an inch. So there's 2 stanchions, the ball, there's just a 1/16 of an inch.
Cheryl can get even the greenest beginner rolling in this sport.
Look at you. Well done. That's really good.
It was my teacher.
That's really good. That's really good. All right, would you like me to show you a jump shot?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to hit the ball above the equator and follow through. There.
Whoa! So even though I was in prime position, you beat me on this hill.
Yeah, so I would score the point.
Are you a particularly good jumper?
I love jumping.
I could tell you were like,
I want to show you that, yeah.
Croquet's appeal is broad, from teenage national champions to aging athletes, and as a result, its popularity is peaking.
It actually is booming right now. Come on.
Yes! Look at that. Look at that. That's the case from any angle. In Milwaukee at Lake Park, Tim Van Voorn, Fox 6 Sports.
Man of many talents, that Tim Van Voorn, and Mickey Leach, his photojournalist. This weekend, Friday through Sunday, the Milwaukee Croquet Club will be hosting a big doubles tournament down at Lake Park, which is free to attend.
We said there was a lot going on. Look at that.
Did we turn the camera? I'm not used to this this angle.
Oh my goodness.
That's the flag.
I know, but usually it's in the distance. Ted Perry is going to love this shot.
He's probably going to text in now, watching from my cabin somewhere up north. It's a great weekend to go anywhere, Holly Baker.
It is. I think I want to go to the beach. It's going to be even warmer, guys, because temperatures are going to get to the 90s. I mean, why not? Yeah, I want to go to the beach, but I may be here a little bit before I go to the beach, because I got to give you guys a great weather forecast. We got more sunshine coming up here. 76 degrees with our temperatures right now, and our dew points are right at 52. Wind is from the southeast at about 16 miles per hour. So we've got a nice little breeze going on, and I'm loving it. Yesterday I wasn't a fan. Today I'm actually liking it. It feels better, and I think it's because of the dew points. The dew points are making a very big difference in how it feels outdoors, and in this case it's making it feel a little bit better for a girl like me. Looking at the wind speed, so across southeast Wisconsin, yesterday the winds were a little bit lighter for those inland areas, but the areas by the lake are seeing a little bit more of those winds. Now we do have a moderate swim risk still by the beach, especially for Sheboygan County and Ozaukee County beaches. Otherwise though, you just want to be cautious with being in Lake Michigan for today. You do see the stronger winds coming off of the lake though, southeasterly wind. Even inland areas are seeing some more of those stronger winds. 12 miles per hour with wind in Madison as well as in Janesville. Looking at our temperatures here, we do got a few 80s out there. So 80 in Watertown, and then you got West Bend and Waukesha at about 81. Everybody else is ranging from mid 70s all the way to upper 70s. And regardless, we're trending warmer than what it was yesterday. Some areas a little bit cooler. Waukesha was definitely warmer yesterday. They're about 4 degrees cooler today, as well as Kenosha 3 degrees cooler, and then 3 degrees and 1 degree cooler in Sheboygan. Everybody else, though, they're seeing some changes with temperatures. Temperatures will continue to change as we head throughout the weekend. And when I say change, we're going to get warmer, guys. We head throughout the rest of this evening and going into the overnight hours. We'll be in the 70s really up until about midnight. Then after midnight, we'll start to drop into the upper 60s. So we got a rather mild night ahead of us here. Looking at our satellite and radar, nothing to kill your plans because we got nothing but sunshine. And when the sun goes down, it's still going to stay nice and dry. The skies will be mostly clear heading into tonight's forecast as well. Looking at our Sky Vision Plus as we plan ahead, you'll notice here not really going to be a lot of changes overnight. Just going to stay really nice and quiet. I know we need the rain, but we've got to appreciate the sunshine while it's still here because it's going to be days where we wish we had sunshine and we won't have it. So let's just stay positive. We know we need the rain and it's going to come. Maybe not as much as we actually would need to help with our drought conditions, but at least it'll be a start. Looking here to Saturday morning, you'll notice that we'll start to get some increasing clouds. Some scattered showers will be mainly out to the west. We could see maybe a scattered sprinkle or two here on Saturday. Otherwise, though, we're going to be staying pretty dry. Heading into Sunday's forecast, we'll start the day off with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. So it'll be more of a partly sunny sky condition for Sunday. However, we could expect a chance for some rain late Sunday into Monday's forecast. So that's going to be our best chance for rain Sunday night into Monday. And if we do have some storms, some could be severe, but we're going to definitely continue to watch that. It's just something to put out there so you just have an update or a heads up. Now, as we look here at our 6-day planner, we're also going to be getting to the 90s. That heat and humidity returns this weekend, so that's going to be one of the main helpers that will determine if we do see this severe weather in our area. A little bit cooler back in the 80s as we head towards the middle of next week, and it's going to be drier, but we could be tracking another rain system to come as we head towards the later parts of next week. But in the meantime, enjoy the sunshine and what's left of it. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Holly, thanks so much. We have some breaking news to get to from Milwaukee.
The police and fire department are near Lincoln Creek, near 35th and Congress. Durante Matthews is there. Durante, what are you saying?
Hey there, Cam. So the tape is now starting to come down. Just a couple of seconds ago, they had this entire street blocked off near 35th and Congress, and right now they're just going to focus on taping off this sidewalk here near where the creek is. So about half an hour ago, that's when we got here, we saw firefighters and police officers going down on the other side of this barrier here, going down there toward the water, searching for something. We also heard machinery from the fire department that was also here. They have since left. Now, we're still trying to get all the facts together, but officials have confirmed that they were at least sent out here for a body recovery. They have not said whether or not they have found that body or where this investigation stands right now, but we do know that that's what they were initially sent out here for, and that's why they blocked off the area. Now, we have since seen a couple of law enforcement vehicles and fire department vehicles leave, as well as personnel, so we are still trying to see where exactly this stands right now, but there are still officials here on scene investigating, and they are still taping off at least part of this area. So we're still working to figure out where things stand right now and what or if they have found anything. But that's sort of where things stand right now. So I'm going to toss it back over to you guys at the station.
All right, Durante, thank you. New cars come with the convenience of a key fob.
But now thieves are using those key fobs against the owners of those cars. Contact 6 shows us the quiet, but yes, very illegal way criminals are taking off in cars. Thieves are using new tech to quietly steal cars. It is a troubling trend nationwide and here in Milwaukee.
Jenna Sachs with the crime that targets key fobs. It's a Contact 6 report.
Me and my son parked the car here across the street.
On the morning of June 25th,
The vehicle was gone.
Thomas Geigler's 2026 Honda Accord Hybrid vanished from the street near North Booth and Center in Milwaukee.
Nothing left behind, no damage, no plastic, no windows broke, no glass, no nothing.
Using an app, Thomas tracked his car to 47th and Congress and tried the key fob.
It did not work. It had no access to the vehicle whatsoever, and the night before it did.
The theft is part of a rising trend in which cars are stolen by criminals who reprogram key fobs, targeting vehicles with push-start ignitions.
We first started noticing the key programmer thefts a few years ago.
Milwaukee Police Detective John Kramschuster says the key fobs are reprogrammed in two ways. The first uses an antenna outside a home to intercept the fob's signal, allowing criminals to hijack a fob before even getting inside the car. The second, more common method is using a key fob programmer device that looks like a tablet and can be easily bought online.
Police officers are saying they got this technology that they can buy out and purchase off of Amazon.
The thieves enter through the sunroof, so no alarms are triggered.
With the tablet, you have to be inside the car to access the onboard diagnostic port.
The criminals may go for a joyride or dismantle the car to sell off its parts.
It initially started out as more your higher-end cars, your SRTs, your Hellcats, and Infinities, but now we're just seeing it across the board with all automakers.
So there's only so much you can do to stop this from happening to you. Lock the doors to your car, and if you can, park in well-lit areas near security cameras. Use a steering wheel lock or put an AirTag in your car for tracking. You can even keep your keys in a box or a Faraday pouch, which can block intrusive signals. Thomas says his car is being repaired. At the time it was stolen, he was 20 days into a 3-year lease. He wants his lease voided.
I believe they can come back at any given time and take the car again. Why wouldn't they?
Thomas leased his car from Wild Honda. They tell Contact 6 the incident involved the criminal theft of a vehicle, not a defect in the vehicle itself. Thomas is still responsible for the remainder of his lease. I'm Jenna Sachs, Contact 6.
Thank you, Jenna. Still ahead, she won a state title on the tennis court, but this teen also shines off of it. We're going to introduce you to this week's high school hotshot, who's also a winner when it comes to food and fashion. Keep it right here, Fox 6 News at 4. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 6 News with Sam Kramer and Kim Murphy.
4:31, just about 4:32 on your Friday as we look out at the lakefront. Can we all just admit we probably take this view and this clean air for granted?
Yes, we do.
How nice has it been after all that wildfire smoke that was hanging out over the last week?
I don't think we will anymore, but Holly, you say we're not done with the smoke.
We're not done with the smoke. However, I think it's going to stay aloft, so we don't have to worry about the smoke this weekend. We have to worry about the heat. That's the main focus, is the heat this weekend. We are going to be warming up to the 90s over the weekend, and we could even have our heat index in the upper 90s and near the triple digits on some days and in some spots. Looking at our satellite and radar, we are nice and dry overall. Our temperatures, 103 degrees out towards Bismarck. Now, we won't get that hot, maybe a heat index, but not necessarily that hot for our area over the weekend. 81 in Minneapolis, 76 in Milwaukee. And closer to home here, we are seeing just 2 areas now in the 80s, so temperatures will be dropping for them really over the next couple of hours. Everybody will continue to stay in the 70s. These areas in the 80s will drop to the 70s as well. So we look at our evening planner up until about 7 o'clock p.m. We're going to ease into the mid 70s. We're going to keep that sunshine and clouds going until the sun goes down. And as we head towards the overnight hours, here is a look at the statewide low temperatures. For Milwaukee, we could get down to the lower 60s tonight for our overnight lows. We'll really see 60s all across the entire state. So it's going to be a rather mild night ahead of us here, but we've got some time before we make it to the 60s. So enjoy these 70s and what's left of the sunshine for today before we pretty much have to be tracking rain, because we're going to have rain coming into our area as well over the weekend, really late Sunday into Monday, but we can't rule out a slight chance on Saturday. But I'll talk about all of the rain that we could possibly expect, as well as the heat and those temperatures, all coming up next. Back to you guys at the desk.
That means we're enjoying today as best we can. Holly Baker, thanks so much. Check out your traffic on this Friday afternoon. The map shows some slowdowns in really what are the typical spots, mainly construction spots right now, southbound I-43, eastbound I-94 near American Family Field, as well as southbound and parts of northbound I-41. Look at the traffic times, 6 minutes Layton to downtown. Downtown to Layton, a little bit slower at 10, but it's 25 minutes from Brown Deer to downtown on southbound 43, and just 12 minutes in the opposite direction.
And here's a look at some of the stories that we are working on for you, all new at 5.
These semi-trucks can go up to 85 miles an hour. I talked to a driver that's crazy enough to race one of these things with 11 other drivers on the track, and I get to get in one myself. That's new at 5.
And a major project in Milwaukee to ensure everyone has access to fresh produce. It comes at a time when some neighborhoods are dealing with the loss of their grocery stores, the massive contributions to create a community garden in the city. And the dog days of summer are already here for some canines. The cool events at a Milwaukee County park for dogs and their owners. That and more coming up on New at 5.
She says her love language is helping people smile and feel special. She also has a competitive spirit that helps her embrace new challenges. Here's this week's high school hotshot.
My name is Kate Allen. I am a senior at Brookfield Academy, and I'm on the varsity tennis team. I've been on the varsity tennis team the past 4 years. In 2024, we won the first ever WIA Girls State Tennis Championship. So obviously it wasn't just me, it was a full team effort. My sister Morgan, when she was here, they won the girls soccer state title. My brother Andrew went to Marquette. He was on the varsity football and basketball team. They won both those state titles. So I've got a little bit of competition when it comes to state titles, but now I've got one for tennis. I think all the pressure's on my sister Lucy to try to bring home one, either in field hockey or tennis, so we'll see. One of my favorite classes is art, and one of the units was cyanotypes, and I've never done that. It's like old-fashioned printmaking, and one of my pieces, the dress that I made, is a cyanotype piece. Definitely a process. That's kind of part of the fun, is like you don't know. So a lot of people think that the dress is made out of jean. It's not. It's unprimed canvas, but what makes it look like jean is the cyanotype solution. It's like an imperfect, perfect dress. I love like fancy and like dresses and things like that, so it's fun for me to wear a dress and know like I created it. Kind of like a hint of like what my wedding dress will be like one day. I don't know, maybe I'll make my own. So I'll be attending Creighton University in the fall, and I'm going to be studying business, probably on the entrepreneurship and economics path. For sure, probably with the minor in arts, just to keep the creative juices flowing. I'd miss out if I didn't continue on with tennis, so I'll probably play club intramural, probably pickleball in a rec league or something, and maybe flag football. I don't know, something different. You know, you never know. I have a brother and a dad, so I don't throw football like a girl. I'm competitive, I can do it. So I have like a small charcuterie board business. Sunday nights we have family dinner, and so I always just loved putting together a little accoutrement of meats and cheeses and breads. And so I was kind of like, you know, why not? Like, I'll just make a little Instagram page, and if anybody would like one, I'd be happy to do one. It's called Kate's Charcuterie Board. My name is Kate Allen. I am a senior at Brookfield Academy, and I was on the state champion tennis team. I am this week's FOX6 High School Hotshot.
And Kate is grateful for the number of people who helped improve her sewing skills as well as learning from her parents' culinary skills. She says Dad is the cook and Mom is the baker.
Two very different skill sets. I can bake, I cannot cook.
She can have her own small business there. On one side does the fashion,
Right.
and the other side the food, like full service.
I love it. Have we not learned anything from Jaws? Don't go in the water.
Not great, right? But guess what? They do. The Devil's Mouth starts streaming next week. Gino, well, he never goes in the water, but he will join us live next with a preview of this new thriller.
As a mother, I feel
This is our last adventure together before we all start our real lives. Tomorrow, Devil's Mouth for all of us.
Hello, สวัสดีครับ I will be your cave guide today. And does anyone have fear of water or of swimming?
I'm not afraid of the water, just what might be in it. Wow.
This is Devil's Mouth. We are guests here.
Jeez. Oh. All these fish are dead.
Ew, I'm so for it. A group of college friends, of course, take an adventure, takes a turn when they encounter a dangerous predator in a submerged cave.
It's called The Devil's Mouth. It comes to Prime Video on July 29th. Gino talked with the cast about this.
I did, and when she says this is the last adventure, for a lot of them, spoiler alert, it is the last adventure.
Ooh, my kind of movie.
I spoke with Gavin Castellano, Tommy Rose, and Nico Haraga, and what is the fascination that we have with shark movies? What is it about shark movies? Why do we love these movies? And I throw this one in there because I loved it.
What do we like about shark movies? I think that they're their own category, man. You know, I think they're a little bit different from horror and definitely different from romance or comedy, or you know. So I think shark holds its own very well. I think just having that is sick. It's its own little section.
Right. Tommy, my nephew's a redhead. I celebrate redheads. I celebrate your hair color. And I'm watching you in the movie. It's like, don't kill the redhead, okay? Don't let the shark take the redhead.
Oh, thank you. I agree. Long live the redheads. Let them
Did
live.
you feel, Tommy, did you feel at the end of this like, okay, I don't want to be in water for a long time?
Yeah. I didn't take a bath for no, I did, but I was scared to go in the pool for a while. Like, I don't know, just like chlorine. Like, I didn't want to be in man-made bodies of water for a while. It's funny because it didn't change my relationship with the beach, though. I still loved the beach. I just didn't want to be in like a pool of any kind for a few months after.
I am so gonna watch this, I promise.
She's fired up.
I am. The cast seems really believable as a friend group.
Yes, you can tell. I mean, and they really, sometimes, I know they're actors, they really did enjoy each other. But I have to tell you, in the time I've been doing interviews, Nico Haraga gives the most honest answer when I asked him about filming in Thailand. Gavin, I look at this group and, you know, people always say, oh, it was a great set. We loved each other like family. I really believe that with you guys. Tell me that was the case.
Yeah, no, we had a great time, and we were in the, like, so far away from home, and we had nothing to do but just like enjoy, you know, what Thailand had to offer and hang out with each other. And so, you know, we got to really get to know each other and you know, get into some trouble, have some fun, and really make the most out of Bangkok and Krabi. And yeah, we had a great time. Yeah, there was never a dull moment.
Nico, if someone says to you Thailand, what was that experience? What was the big experience that you come away and said, that felt like I was in Thailand?
Man, I got hit with an IV twice out there from gastritis and stomach problems, man. I think of Thailand and I'm like, it was solid hospitals. Solid hospitals. For real. Oh, the hospitals are great.
Oh my gosh, that was a real answer.
It was. And I don't think the Thailand Tourism Committee is going to use solid hospitals as their slogan.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
hey, look at this interview this guy did.
I
mean, yeah, at least he was honest. We know that for sure.
That's right.
All right. Next junket, where are you going?
Well, I'm staying here. I'm doing everything from home.
Really?
Nothing scheduled, but always open to it. I got invited to the Field of Dreams game, but it didn't work out schedule-wise. So
You're always courted, so
Yeah.
it's
I'm
nice.
doing my best.
It's nice for you to have a weekend, you know, at home.
It's true.
All right.
But remember us when you
Thank
get a
you.
+1. That's
Exactly.
all I'm saying.
Done.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's take a live look outside, 4:45, and is that fireworks? Is that some smoke from fireworks that just went off in American Family
wow,
Field? Maybe somebody hit a home run.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe we'll find out from sports. But it is really nice outside.
So beautiful, Holly Baker. We don't have smoke in the air. It's not too hot. It's not raining.
It's just right. Honestly, it's just right. Like when you think of summer, a summer day that you want to sit outside, you know, this is the day that I would imagine. Anywhere in between 75 to 85 degrees, that is like the sweet spot for summer temperatures for me. We're at 76 right now. We kind of keep fluctuating though between like 75 to 77. That's kind of what I've been seeing over the past couple of hours here. But we're at 76 here.